Wonderful, wonderful. We have a big group up here. Yeah. Okay. Anyone else we need? I have some remarks. Okay. Raza, okay. Excellent. Raza is here. He's grabbing coffee. Start. All right. All right. We've got everyone up here. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's so good to see all of you here. And welcome to Public Knowledge's, I'll just say first ever People's Oversight Hearing event. There we go. All right, now you can hear me. Welcome to Public Knowledge's first ever People's Oversight Hearing event. My name is Chris Lewis. I'm the President and CEO of Public Knowledge. And if you've never heard of Public Knowledge, PK, as some folks call us, we are a 24-year-old, nonpartisan, nonprofit tech policy organization here in DC, and we are focused on protecting your digital rights online and media, and in emerging technologies, we promote free expression and free speech, an open internet, affordable access to communications tools and creative works, all of it in the public interest. And we are live right now on YouTube. We're here at the True Reformer Building in Washington, D.C., and it is November 12th, 2025, and I am so grateful for all of you who are here in the room for this busy topic, this important topic today. I know you guys are busy, and not only are we joined by folks in the room, and we'll be joined by folks throughout the day, but we are joined by folks online. We are streaming this live on YouTube, and the recording can be found on Public Knowledge's YouTube channel. So please, those of you who are watching, we ask you to subscribe to Public Knowledge's YouTube channel so you can find years of wonderful archived content and all the great work we'll be doing in the future around tech policy. And while I'm very proud that we are putting this event on today, quite frankly, the truth is that we should not be here. This idea of a People's Oversight Hearing, it should not even exist. We began organizing this event in September as the U.S. government was barreling towards what has become the longest shutdown of the government in history, the shutdown of 2025. And we started organizing it for one major reason, because Congress was not doing a good enough job protecting the public when it comes to the internet and technology. Oversight hearings are something that Congress does, not little nonprofits like Public Knowledge. And as of today, November 12th, there has not been one oversight hearing this year of the agencies that we're going to talk about today, the government agencies that are so important for protecting us online and with technologies. Not one oversight hearing. Today, we're going to highlight three of the most important government agencies when it comes to protecting you online: the Federal Communications Commission, or the FCC, the Federal Trade Commission, or the FTC, and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, or the CFPB. Yeah, that's a mouthful. Congress gave the CFPB authority to protect consumers around financial products, but as these products are integrated into the digital world, we have seen CFPB be gutted of its resources. Congress gave the FTC authority to protect the public from fraud, unfair and deceptive business practices, and protect you from powerful monopolies. But this year, we've seen culture wars creep into their work and online privacy protections weaken. Congress gave the FCC authority over protecting authority over protecting our communications networks, from radio to TV, all the way up into the internet age. But this year, we have seen blatant government censorship from FCC Chairman Brendan Carr, and threats to journalists and a free and independent press. So, you heard me stumble. It's a mouthful. All of these alphabet soup agencies, they are important. And I just ask you, folks who are watching, to remember that all of these agencies were created by Congress. And Congress is the one who can guide them, who can empower them, who can fund them or defund them, and they're the ones who can hold them accountable. In the end, you are the ones who hold Congress accountable to doing this work and to make sure that these agencies are protecting you. You've seen Congress hold hearings with tech companies. We've seen them yelling at CEOs and threatening them, but finger wagging is not protecting the public. And Congress, with its many issues, is not keeping up with the pace of innovation. When these independent agencies function properly, they could have wonderfully nerdy expertise to keep up with innovation, like artificial intelligence. And they could set both how we can be protected and how we can help technology grow in a responsible way. Technology is advancing so quickly, and you must demand that Congress sets laws and expectations so that independent agencies can be used properly to give us a better internet. Today, we're going to do our best, as a small nonprofit, to hold this public oversight hearing, hold this people's oversight hearing with limited resources, but we have phenomenal experts to participate. We have witnesses with deep experiences at these agencies, and they will be engaged not by senators or congressmen, but by our questioners who will ask questions on behalf of the public interest. We do this so that your interests can be aired somewhere, and that the issues that Congress and the agencies can and should be dealing with are laid bare for you to have, and so that you can demand better. So we ask you to stay with us today, stay tuned. We're going to be here for a good chunk of the day. And because there are some members of Congress who have chosen to join us today, both on video and in person, we look forward to giving them a few minutes to share their thoughts at different moments throughout the day. And it's up to you, the public, to judge if they are true champions of the public interest and what that means in technology. So, special thanks to our nonprofit organizing partners. I especially want to shout out Public Citizen, who believed in and invested in this early and made this event possible. Thank you to our participants for making the time to be here today and bringing your expertise. So many experienced people here who are going to talk about technology in your life. And thank you to our amazing public knowledge staff for organizing this. Particularly, I want to thank Sarah Collins, our lead organizer, who has taken this idea and made something out of it. She's a great leader organization. Thank you, Sarah, for your leadership. And finally, we want to thank you, the public, the reason why we do our work in the public interest at Public Knowledge, and all of our allies in the field. We are not your senators or congressmen, but we are doing this for you. And I hope you learned something from our experts today. And I hope you demand oversight from Congress over these agencies and demand better policies to give us a better, open, and more responsible internet. We ask you, since this is streaming online, not only follow the YouTube channel, but please follow Public Knowledge on socials. We're on Facebook, we're on X, we're on Blue Sky, we're on Instagram, so that you can learn more about tech policy, the issues we're discussing today, some of the issues we are not discussing today, and also how you can take action to make technology work better for you in life through policy and through advocacy. So we're going to get things started. For folks in the room, if you need the Wi-Fi password, I was told to read this out. The network is PWF guest, and if you're interested in this, I don't want to read it out over the air, so we'll just... I was following instructions, and then I was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't do that. What I will do is, if you need it, I have it, if you're in the room, and you can come get it from me, the Wi-Fi password. How's that? We care about privacy at Public Knowledge, we do, and security. All right, with that, we're going to turn it over to our amazing group on stage. They're going to kick us off with a look at the Federal Communications Commission and chairing this conversation is a very experienced policy expert. He used to be a congressional staffer, so he knows how these sorts of conversations are supposed to go. So I'm going to turn it over now to Joey Wender. Joey, take it away.
Well, first, Chris, congratulations on passing your test. Your staff clearly challenged you there, and you...
It was a trap, Joey.
It was totally a trap.
They're like, share the password, and I'm like, wait, that's not right.
So well done. So first of all, I want to thank Chris and your entire team at Public Knowledge for putting together this very important hearing today. So I'm Joey Wender. I'm the Executive Director of the Shelby Coalition, the Schools, Health, and Libraries Broadband Coalition. And today, I have the honor of being the chair of this extremely important and timely hearing. Is it here? Okay. Okay, good. Thanks, Matt. So the FCC is responsible for protecting the public interest in countless ways. But without robust congressional oversight, it's less effective, it's less accountable, and who's left vulnerable? Consumers, companies, communities, workers, right? We're all left vulnerable. And so that's why today we have convened an outstanding set of both witnesses and members of Congress to talk about not just what's happening at the FCC today, but what should be happening at the FCC today and in the future. So here's the format. We're going to do 5-minute openings from all three of our witnesses, and then we'll do 2 rounds of questions, 5 minutes each, from all of our members of Congress. I'm going to introduce our 3 expert witnesses, and they know a thing or two about testifying. So
What?
For better or for worse. So we'll start with Tom Wheeler. He is a visiting fellow in governance studies at Brookings and a senior fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School. He's also a businessman, an author, and was the chair of the FCC from 2013 to 2017. Though I really always wanted to say, today I am the chair. So Tom, let's start with your opening 5.
Great, Joey, thank you. It's a privilege to be here. Chris and PK, what a great idea to step up when the people's representatives have decided to take 18 weeks of vacation instead of stepping up. And when I grow up, I want to have socks like Joey's. But let me see if I got 5 minutes. Let me see if I can cover 5 topics real fast. 1, the FCC is in a unique position. You know, the traditional calculation is that about 1/6 of the American economy is overseen by the FCC. But what is really significant is that 1/6, because it's all of the networks of the nation, affects the other 5/6. And so what the FCC does has significance to all citizens and across the economy. So for instance, just to pick one example, when the chairman of the FCC intervenes where he has no jurisdiction, let's say the activities of comics on network television, that becomes something that affects all Americans. Point 2, the FCC is a unique structure. It's an amphibian existing between the administration and the Congress. But yes, the leadership is appointed by the president, and so presumably is in tune with administration positions. But it's administering a statute written by the Congress that is supposed to be overseen by the Congress. And when an authoritarian president steps in and overturns that balance, there are consequences. The executive order of February 18th that said that the FCC now has to seek pre-approval of of its actions from the White House destroys this concept of existing as an amphibian between these two worlds. And I just want to share one little experience of that I had as an amphibian. The GOP Congress did not like what we did when I was chair on the topic of net neutrality. And the fact that we agreed with the position of the president. As Gigi will recall, we had 5 hearings in 9 days, sworn testimony before 5 different congressional committees on the issue of too much interference from the White House. And here is what the Senate report, Republican Senate report, said, quote, "The Federal Communications Commission is an independent federal agency deriving its regulatory authority from Congress and intended to ensure the agency is free of partisan political pressure and independent of the policy aims of the executive branch." That Republican description is not what exists today. I'm getting the signal. I got 1 minute. I'm only through 2 points, Sarah. The role of the chair is crucial. Statutorily, he or she is the CEO. Nothing gets on the agenda. No items are approved. The senior leadership is selected by the chairman. He or she has to behave as an amphibian. Fourthly, if you're existing in this kind of back and forth between Congress and the White House, your principal role, however, is as a referee between consumers, competition, and corporations. I've been on both sides, both the corporate side and the regulatory side. The job of a corporation is to develop returns for its stakeholders. The question is who's standing up in that kind of a situation for the public interest, convenience, and necessity. The first responsibility of the agency is to promote open, competitive, innovative markets that are good for consumers, good for competition, and as a result, good for corporations. If you rewrite the broadcast rules to make an illegal transaction legal, you're not fulfilling that. If you coerce competitive wireless carriers to withdraw from the market, you are not living up to that. And if you reallocate spectrum to a presidential pal, you're not living up to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. We're going to go next to Bob Korn-Revere. Bob has been a First Amendment litigator for more than 4 decades. And in 2023, he joined FIRE, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, as their chief counsel. Among other roles, he served as legal advisor and later chief counsel to FCC Chair James Quello. Bob.
Thank you for the invitation to be here today. I've learned for a long time that it's not a good idea to follow Tom Wheeler. I was surprised, though, today to learn that you had been an amphibian. I always was under the impression you were a dingo. As Joey mentioned, I'm a First Amendment litigator with more than 4 decades of experience working on matters defending freedom of expression, including cases involving jawboning by government officials. A number of my cases have involved challenges to congressional and FCC authority to restrict content on regulated media. And I've also served formerly at the FCC. Now, over the past 11 months, we witnessed an extraordinary number of formal and informal assertions of power over the broadcast media and the national broadcast networks. Of course, the most prominent recent example involved Chairman Brendan Carr's crude threat directed at Disney and its ABC network to take action on Kimmel, or there is going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. The ultimatum stemmed from a monologue on Jimmy Kimmel Live in which the late-night host joked about the possible motives of Charlie Kirk's assassin. Chairman Carr's call to take action was followed immediately by ABC's announcement that it was suspending Kimmel's show indefinitely, turned out to be about a week. 2 major broadcast station group owners, Nexstar Media Group and Sinclair Broadcast Group, also announced that their ABC-affiliated stations would not carry Jimmy Kimmel Live because of what they saw as offensive remarks. Kimmel's show has since been restored to the air, first by the network and then by both station groups. This incident did not occur in a vacuum. Since being elevated to the FCC chairmanship, Carr has revived previously dismissed complaints against the ABC, CBS, and NBC networks for alleged programming violations. Slow-rolled approval of a merger between Paramount Global, the owner of CBS, and Skydance Media, which has since been granted after the promise of an internal ombudsman to police news bias complaints, publicly cheered the demise of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert on CBS, the cancellation of which coincided with the merger approval, and has publicly solicited news distortion complaints against network news programs he evidently perceives to be critical of the president or his policies. Carr has described his actions as business as usual for the FCC. He has said that broadcasters are licensed under the Communications Act to serve the public interest, and that he is merely holding them to that commitment. He has pointed to FCC policies against news distortion and broadcast hoaxes, and claimed that the agency is obligated to act if it receives complaints, and he has asserted that he is merely enforcing policies crafted by his Democratic predecessors, essentially arguing that if authority had been abused in the past, why shouldn't he do the same? None of this behavior is normal, authorized by the Communications Act, or permitted by the First Amendment. Just last term, the Supreme Court unanimously reaffirmed that the threat of invoking legal sanctions and other means of coercion to achieve the suppression of disfavored speech violates the First Amendment. This constitutional rule applies regardless of any authority Chairman Carr may believe the FCC has over broadcast programming. But his characterization of the FCC's authority is distorted and overstated. Congress designed the FCC to be independent, bipartisan, and to operate within constitutional bounds. Section 326 of the Communications Act expressly withholds from government the power to interfere with the right of free speech by means of radio communication. The law denies the FCC the power of censorship, as well as the ability to promulgate any regulation or condition that interferes with freedom of speech. And the Supreme Court has long made it clear that the public interest standard necessarily invites reference to First Amendment principles, and that the First Amendment must inform and give shape to the manner in which Congress exercises its authority in this area. The only issue about which Chairman Carr has a point is when he claims that the FCC's authority over broadcast programming has been abused in the past by Democratic commissioners. That's true. It is a fact that FCC commissioners of both parties have overstepped in this regard, although never to this extent. I spent a fair amount of my career calling this out and opposing these actions in court, regardless of whether jawboning is accomplished with the erudite sophistication of Newton Minnow's 1961 Vast Wasteland speech to the National Association of Broadcasters, or Brendan Carr's clumsy Godfather impression telling ABC that he can do this the easy way or the hard way. It is still improper and unconstitutional. Chairman Carr used to at least pay lip service to the idea that the FCC must respect the First Amendment, correctly observing that to inject partisan politics into our licensing process would be a deeply troubling transgression of free speech and the FCC's status as an independent agency. He also used to say that the FCC cannot serve as the nation's speech police. As chairman, however, he no longer makes such statements, nor does he follow the principles he once espoused. Shortly after Chairman Carr was named to chairman, I published an open letter asking him to show restraint in his assertions of power. In a plea for institutional modesty, I reminded Chairman Carr of his numerous statements that once earned him the title of free speech warrior, and asked that he put these principles into practice. Now, I'm not naive. I understand political reality. So I never expected him to heed my unsolicited advice. But I had no idea how far he would stray from both his oath of office he took to uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. We're going to go to Gigi Sohn next. So Gigi is a Benton Institute Senior Fellow and Public Advocate and the Executive Director of the American Association of Public Broadband. In recognition of her expertise and dedication to the public interest in communications, President Biden nominated her to serve on the FCC in 2021. Gigi, the floor is yours.
Chair Wender, members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to speak about the Federal Communications Commission. Sarah's clapping because I actually have a 5-minute. And I'm honored to sit alongside two people I deeply respect, Bob Corn-Revere and Tom Wheeler. I want to focus on two urgent questions. First, will the FCC survive as an independent agency? Second, has this FCC abandoned its statutory mission to ensure that everyone benefits from affordable, robust, and secure networks? Not long ago, the question, will the FCC exist in 10 years, would have sounded absurd. Today, it feels chillingly plausible. Congress created the FCC in 1934 as an independent agency, answerable to you, not the White House. So complex communications policy would be guided by expertise, not politics. For most of its 91-year history, that principle held. While presidents of both parties have publicly opined on the agency's work, the line between the agency and the executive remained intact. That restraint has vanished. FCC Chair Carr hasn't just blurred the line between the FCC and the White House, he's obliterated it. He even celebrates it. The gold lapel pin of Trump's head, the photo ops on Air Force One, symbols of loyalty, not independence. But the real damage is in his actions. Delaying the Paramount-Skydance merger until Paramount settled the lawsuit with the president, then extracting unprecedented conditions, like an ombudsman to detect alleged bias in CBS News programming. Targeting Comcast, the president's longtime nemesis, with selective investigations, and far be it from me to defend Comcast. And most notoriously, threatening Disney, ABC, and its affiliates after Jimmy Kimmel derided conservatives' reaction to Charlie Kirk's murderer, leading the two largest broadcast groups to pull Kimmel's show and Disney to suspend the comedian within hours. This isn't regulation, it's retaliation, and it makes a mockery of the idea that the FCC serves the public, not the powerful. A former senior Hill staffer recently told me that the FCC had become so political it should simply be folded into the Department of Commerce, into the National Telecommunications Information Administration. That sentiment is spreading, and it's dangerous, because I've seen what a real FCC looks like. For 3 years, I worked hard alongside career staff devoted to keeping Americans connected, handling consumer complaints, ensuring networks survive disasters, certifying new technologies. They weren't partisan, they were public servants. Many have now left, exhausted, disillusioned, or pushed out. The FCC is your creation. Only Congress can save it. Oversight can't depend on who controls the gavel. It must be regular, public, and relentless. Like Wheeler. He got relentless, that's for sure. The Senate Commerce hearing Chair Cruz has promised is a start, but far from enough. Congress must rebuild the wall between the White House and independent agencies. It can do so by requiring transparency whenever and wherever, people remember Caribou Coffee? Agency officials meet with executive officials, protecting Senate-confirmed commissioners from politically motivated firings, and strengthening the guardrails that keep agencies independent in the first place. Even if its independence weren't under attack, the FCC is failing the American people. Section 1 of the Communications Act directs the Commission to ensure that all people of the United States have access to a rapid, efficient, nationwide communication service with adequate facilities at reasonable charges. Instead, in just the past few months, this commission has stripped Wi-Fi from school buses serving low-income students, doubled prison phone rates, proposed weakening congressionally mandated broadband labels, and abandoned both the goal of gigabit speed broadband and any effort to track affordability. So it can pretend that deployment is reasonable and timely. This isn't policy making. It's a crusade to reverse every Biden-era decision. Moreover, during the current government shutdown, the FCC halted consumer complaint processing, broadband mapping, and device certification, but still held a meeting to approve 9 largely industry-friendly items. Even its shutdown priorities ignored the public. After more than 35 years working in and around the FCC, it pains me to see the agency reduced to a wholly owned subsidiary of one man's political agenda. This agency can still be saved, but only if Congress reasserts its oversight and enacts safeguards that restore the FCC's independence and purpose. The American people deserve an FCC that answers to them, not to the president, not to the industry, and not to anyone's grievances. Thank you.
Thank you to our 3 witnesses. It's now time to turn to our members of Congress and begin our oversight. I'm going to introduce all 6 of them, or 7 including myself, and then we'll start with Matt. So Matt Wood with Free Press, Kaylee Gao from CWA, Baron Soka from Tech Freedom, Lauren Harper from Free Press Foundation, Harold Feld, Public Knowledge, and Raza Panjwani from OTI. We are going to start with Matt, and I'm going to hold you guys to the 5 minutes.
Upping the realism. I tried to make it realistic by showing up after Chris had started speaking. So. But I did get the password, so we're good. No, and I'm afraid a nature documentary is going to break out here too, because we've had amphibians, wild dogs, and caribou. So we'll get it back to the FCC. I mean, Chairman Carr has seemed to have this strange epiphany, I would say, ever since he became chair, or maybe we pin it to the election, or possibly even his authorship of Project 2025, where he now embraces policies he used to disdain, allegedly, and is misusing, I would say, the public interest standard. And I just wanted to ask Chairman Wheeler, what should the public interest standard mean? I mean, activists like me and our groups are all kind of founded around this 1960s decision that stations that weren't covering their local communities were not serving the public interest. So there's something there, I think, but can you talk about the difference between a content or viewpoint-based misuse of that standard and the kind of concerns about localism that the FCC has historically taken up?
Well, you know, it's fascinating. Whoops, I guess I didn't have this. Sorry. It's fascinating that shortly after he was named, not before he took office, Chairman Carr said, I think on CNBC, that, you know, it'd be a good idea to have a rulemaking to define what the public interest standard really is. And there were a bunch of us that made book on that, that it would never happen because he would never be able to develop a public interest standard that would meet the MAGA standard. So what we're seeing is an implementation of the MAGA standard using the coercive powers of the chair. I mean, it's interesting that all the things that have been talked about here in terms of actions affecting broadcasters in particular haven't been final actions. They've been coercive actions that, going back to the APA, are informal activities that are not reviewable. And what we need to be doing is to be having a debate. I think reaching an agreement on what the public interest standard is a very tall order, particularly in these times. But I think the debate over that is terribly important, and we ought to have it. And it's not something that exists in the head of one man.
Right. Thank you. So, Bob, you talked about past administrations, members of both parties, abusing these standards at times. But I wonder if you could talk a little bit. I mean, people on this panel, you and I might disagree about the continuing validity of treating broadcasters differently from basically all other sources of media. But what has the news distortion doctrine meant? What have broadcast hoax prosecutions look like? Are they anything like what we're seeing now, or have they been much more cabined?
No, not at all. And the current administration is using those concepts and the public interest standard as a whole as a blank check for leaning on broadcasters and regulating content. It has never been that. And you can trace that back to its beginnings in 1927 with the Radio Act. Through the Communications Act in 1934, the public interest has never been intended to be a blank check for leaning on broadcasters. The problem is the FCC is an agency that is almost built for jawboning. It has long been used for that purpose. You can trace this back to 1967 when later Commissioner Glenn Robinson, and then professor at University of Virginia, wrote an article on the use of the FCC as an instrument of jawboning even then, and it's been remarked on by courts over time since then. So yeah, that history goes way back, but it's being particularly abused now.
Right. And so, Gigi, a lot of us know Brendan Carr. I've known him for a long time. I guess my simplest version of my question to you is what changed? I mean, here's a guy who used to say things like, the FCC does not have a roving mandate to police speech in the name of the, and these are his scare quotes, the public interest. He even said political satire is one of the oldest and most important forms of speech, which is why, quote, people in influential positions have always targeted it for censorship. Is he just one of these influential people now, or is there any shred of truth or spin that he can put on this to make it make sense?
No, look, I think he decided some time ago, and this sort of morphing started to happen when he was a commissioner, that he wanted to be the chair and that he was going to basically serve one person, right? I mean, pretty much everything we've seen from this chair has been to address the president's grievances or the administration's grievances. We hadn't even talked about how every single merger has been conditioned on elimination of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, even though the FCC's rules themselves require, equal employment opportunity. So, everything that this president has wanted is what Carr has given him. So again, that's the other thing that's so unprecedented, is basically the bowing down, the bending the knee to one man.
Thank you. And Matt, you're going to get a second round, so stay tuned. Kaylee Gao from from CWA, the Communication Workers of America.
Thank you. I was going to add that as well. Great. So every person who spoke so far has raised the role of the FCC in our news and media ecosystem, jawboning, censorship. I want to talk relatedly about consolidation in the broadcast industry, and specifically the proposed Nexstar-Tegna merger, which would put the new Nexstar significantly over the 39% national cap on ownership. So for those of you who don't know, if the FCC and the industry gets its way on the legal changes here, we are looking down the barrel at an industry roll-up in broadcast. Tremendous changes that would leave us with a tiny number of giant players in this sector. And we already know what that would do. One, we know that as ownership consolidates, the risk for censorship grows. When a few mega corporations and CEOs control our media ecosystem, a handful of individuals, as we've heard today, can make the decision to comply with what the president wants. Media capitulation, jawboning, the dangerous censorship we saw with the cancellation of Kimmel. A highly consolidated sector is a dangerous one for censorship. Two, we also know that consolidation hurts local news because it hurts newsrooms and it hurts workers. History shows us, and the record and the FCC proceedings around this show us, what consolidation of TV station ownership has already done. Worker layoffs, stations combined, local news teams eliminated, and so-called local news that is made somewhere else and copy-pasted across markets. Many groups here today submitted great comments to the FCC around news duplication and the decline in news quality due to this hollowing out of local newsrooms. The FCC is poised to make these changes in broadcast law, and Nexstar-Tegna would be the first merger in line, but certainly not the last. And of course, my constituents from Communications of Workers of America, our members are working at Nexstar, and they know that Nexstar is already a poverty wage employer. A recent report from NABIT CWA surveyed workers at Nexstar. A majority of workers at Nexstar surveyed report pay below the living wage for their metro area. More than half of workers say they've delayed medical care, delayed buying groceries. Workers report relying on food pantry services, driving rideshare, donating plasma to make ends meet. And Nexstar is lawless when it comes to workers as well. It has engaged in a relentless campaign of lawfare and obstruction to interfere with union bargaining and organizing. But it's workers, journalists, producers, engineers who make local news. If Nexstar, which is already the largest broadcast company, becomes even larger, reaching 80% of households potentially if Nexstar-Tegna goes through, we will certainly see things go from bad to worse. The Nexstar-Tegna deal is also, we've referenced today, somewhat arrogant in that it willfully ignores the small matter of the existing law. There is a national cap set by Congress saying that the biggest a broadcast company can get is reaching 39% of the U.S. population. This proposed merger, of course, is contrary to that law as it stands today. I'll direct my question to Commissioner Sohn. Can I say that? Does the existing law mean anything to this FCC? How should the law on the books today affect this proposed Nexstar-Tegna merger?
Yeah, I've always found this remarkable because the 39% is set in law. I did read some of the pleadings. The FCC kind of put out a public notice asking people, comment on how we can get around this 39% cap. And the argument I see the broadcasters making is, well, it's not really a solid, cap, because it's part of the quadrennial. And the problem is, as Representative Wood reminded me at a common speaking engagement last week, that actually when Congress set, the cap was originally 35%. In 2004, they raised it to 39%. And they specifically took that cap out of the quadrennial, right? So every 4 years, the FCC has to review their media ownership rules to see if they're in the public interest. But that 39% is not in that quadrennial. So I don't know how they think they're going to do it, and particularly in light of the demise of Chevron, and the rise of Loper Bright, which says that the agency doesn't get the discretion that it would normally get when it's interpreting its organic law. I don't know how they win in court. Look, I just want to say, I know I have to stop, but I want to say one other thing about Nexstar-Tegna. I was asked, well, it's just broadcasting, they have to compete with Google, blah, blah, blah. What's so dangerous about a Nexstar-Tegna merger? And I would say, look at Kimmel, right? As soon as Brendan said we can do it the hard way or the easy way or the easy way or the hard way, whatever way he said it, it was a threat. I know he tried to back off, okay? Nexstar and Sinclair said, we are preempting in every single affiliate. And I believe Nexstar has 28 affiliates. Tegna had 38, Sinclair has 38. So that's like 64 stations. Even in places like this, like DC, where they wanted to see Jimmy Kimmel. Just flat out preemption. That's what the danger is.
Thank you. We're going to move on to Baron Soka from Tech Freedom.
Thank you. I want to remind you of something someone wrote about the FCC. He said, if history is our guide, these new internet-based technologies are at risk, and with them, everything they make possible. With so much in its reach, the FCC has become the target of enormous campaigns for influence. Its commissioners, no offense to any of you, are meant to be expert and independent, but they've never really been expert, and they are now openly embracing the political role they play. Commissioners issue press releases touting their personal policies, and lobbyists spend years getting close to members of this junior varsity Congress. The solution here is not tinkering. You cannot fix DNA. You have to bury it. The President should get Congress to shut down the FCC and similar vestigial regulators, which put stability and special interests above the public good. Was that me? Was that Bob Corn Revere? Was that a scholar from the Cato Institute? Was it a Republican? No, of course, it was Larry Lessig in 2008. So there was a time when the godfather of the digital left, the father of internet law, was the chief critic of the FCC. And I'm reminded of this now that we see the FCC being abused in a way that it never has been before. So I want to ask you, how do we fix the problem? Larry Lessig's solution was to create a new agency. Maybe that's the right answer. But I think the question is, how do we fundamentally reassess how the agency works? Because we cannot simply create a new agency without replicating these problems. We have to understand why it has the leverage it has and how it wields it. So I want to ask, the most dangerous tool the FCC has, as my colleague Congressman Wood has noted, is the news distortion policy. That's what the agency used to threaten Jimmy Kimmel. Now, the Supreme Court has said just last year that it has held many times in many contexts that it is no job for the government to decide what counts as the right balance of private expression, to unbiased what it thinks biased, rather than leave such judgments to speakers and their audiences. Yet here we are. That doesn't seem to matter. So, Bob, what do we do about this problem where the theoretical protection of the First Amendment doesn't stop the agency from operating, as you said, as Senator Cruz said, like a mafioso out of Goodfellas?
That's a very good question. And what is required is the ability to challenge the FCC on its job owning activities. Right now, that's very difficult because to appeal an FCC order, you have to have a final decision. Right now, and oddly enough, it's interesting to know that the activities of Chairman Carr have been enough to shock the conscience even of Ted Cruz, so that he actually, one of his public comments about that episode is one of the things that I think helped blunt its force. But also, Ted Cruz is working on legislation to create a cause of action when the government engages in job owning. Something like that would go a long way toward curbing the abuses of an agency like the FCC, because you have to be able to get into court to enforce those constitutional norms.
But you also have to be willing to challenge the agency. And if the agency owns the joint, as the mafia always does, who's going to challenge them?
You have to be a person that has standing, and that always is going to be a challenge when you're talking about litigation. But look at the current activities that are going on, whether it's the executive orders targeting law firms, where most of the law firms targeted, bent the knee and tried to cut some sort of deal. But 4 law firms stood up, and history is written by the people who stand up to power, not to those who give in to it.
Well, that's nice, but I don't see any evidence that anyone in the industry is going to stand up for themselves. So my question is, how do we change the statute and the enforcement process to deal with that problem? So let me move to my second question, which is merger review. So back in 2014, there was an effort by congressional Republicans to clip the agency's wings, to deal with the problem of job owning, in particular by requiring that the agency shall condition its approval of a transaction only if the commission could impose a similar requirement under the authority of a specific provision of law. Now that bill made it through committee, it made it through the House without objection, it went to the Senate, and it died there. But the version that went to the Senate had that provision removed because Democrats objected to it. So my question for you, Commissioner Sohn, was rejecting that a mistake? Should we think differently? Do we think that Democrats should be more concerned about the abuse of merger review, and is that the right way to address the problem, or is there another one?
Well, I don't know enough about that language to opine on it. I can say, and I would say, that I think we should look at cabining merger review in some ways. I mean, what's ironic about what Carr has done is that and I don't have his statement, but I know that he has said that he believes that mergers are either in the public interest or not in the public interest, and they shouldn't be conditioned at all. So to lard on content-related conditions, like I would not support the elimination of competition promoting conditions, right? Structural conditions. That's the kind of thing that we did, for instance, with Charter and Time Warner Cable. We required them to build out more. That's a good thing for competition. That's a good thing for the public interest. But content-related conditions, that's a wholly different story, and that's something I think Congress should look at. But you and I are not going to agree on how far Congress should go in cabining merger conditions. But I think it's an interesting conversation to have and a discussion well worth having.
Thank you. We're going to move on to Lauren Harper from the Free Press Foundation.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Chairman Carr has claimed that if you are going to have a license from the FCC, we expect you to broadly serve the public interest. The FCC's website states this means that broadcasters should be responsive to the needs and problems of its local community of license. Chairman Carr has used the public interest standard to justify several improper actions, including accusing NBC of news distortion for its coverage of an immigration case. So my question for all of you is, are you aware of any instance where Chairman Carr, who Commissioner Sorn noted wears a gold Trump lapel pin, has claimed that content that was complimentary to Trump or his policies was outside the public interest?
Excuse me. No.
Very good. Okay, moving on. This question is also for all of the panelists. What do you think is the impact on licensees' content decisions when they know the government is looking over their shoulders? And have we seen examples of licensees altering their content or holding stories to appease Carr?
Well, we've already seen it, right? I mean, the Kimmel example is the prime example. And and also what Nexstar and Sinclair did, right? Because they're looking for regulatory relief from this agency. So we've seen it with our own two eyes just in the last few months. And you have to believe that every other media company, particularly Paramount Skydance, right? Larry Ellison wants to buy TikTok. They want to buy Warner Brothers Disney, even though the FCC wouldn't necessarily have a role here. The administration all works together. Gail Slater talks to Brendan, talks to Andrew Ferguson. They all talk to each other.
But we need to consider the chilling effect that this has, if you go back and the whole Jimmy Kimmel exercise was outrageous, but the follow-on was informative because, at least according to that radical left-wing rag, the Wall Street Journal, there was a process, a multi-day process involving Bob Iger, the CEO of Disney, the president of ABC, and Kimmel's lawyers, to figure out what he would say that would be acceptable when he was finally put back on the air. That kind of coercive intimidation on speech is repugnant.
Most licensees are likely to have non-content related business in front of the FCC at some point, whether it's a merger, a license renewal, or something else. In your opinion, how does the consolidation of corporate media affect the extent to which self-censorship by licensees harms the public's right to know? Commissioner Son.
So I actually wrote an article about this. It's called "It's the Media Consolidation, Stupid," and it was about how the Kimmel event was a logical conclusion of 6 companies owning all the mass media in the United States. And they inevitably have some transaction because Wall Street forces them to get bigger and bigger and bigger before the FCC or before the administration. Again, it doesn't necessarily have to be in front of the FCC to be coercive. So, when you have so few companies owning all the media, it's just easier to target them. And also, the other consequence is you have fewer independent voices calling it out. And I'm sorry, somebody's, even though my wife has a Substack, a Substack is not like having a broadcast station or a broadcast network that broadcasts to 100% of the American population.
With my last minute, I'm going to try and ask what is hopefully a succinct question. Did Trump's lawsuit against CBS over its editing of its interview with Kamala Harris have any merit? Mr. Korn-Revere, would you like to take that?
There's a technical legal term for that, and I think that term is forehead-slappingly stupid. The theory behind the news distortion lawsuit in Texas was that how 60 Minutes edited its interview with Kamala Harris was a violation of the Texas consumer deception law. This is absurd, and if we had more time, I can go through the specific facts of this, but even theoretically, no case in no jurisdiction has ever upheld that, and we are currently testing that theory in another lawsuit Trump has filed against Iowa pollster Ann Selzer, claiming that her poll at the end of the 2024 election period, the Iowa poll, was somehow a violation of Iowa's consumer fraud law. Ridiculous and completely frivolous.
Thank you, Lauren. We're going to move on to Harold Feld from Public Knowledge.
So I want to move on from one form of licensing to another and talk about wireless and wireless competition. First, Chairman Wheeler, you referenced the activities of Brendan Carr in terms of forcing EchoStar to sell all of its spectrum to AT&T and to SpaceX. The Department of Justice, when it was reviewing the dismemberment of U.S. Cellular, the fifth largest cellular company, said, we're at a pivotal moment in the wireless industry. It used the word big three oligopoly, and that was before the EchoStar transactions. Have you ever seen an FCC chair get this involved in restructuring the market like this?
Oh, we can give it a lot of time back. No. But can I use that to pivot to another spectrum point that I think is really important, and that is that yes, there is a scarce amount of spectrum because they don't make it anymore. No, there is not a scarcity problem when you recognize the realities of digital transmission and how you can share spectrum, as we've demonstrated with the CBRS. And one of the things that's causing the spectrum shortage, quote unquote, is the fact that the companies are insisting on exclusive licenses rather, and what the commission ought to be having is a discussion, an investigation, an NOI, maybe even a rulemaking about shared use of this valuable resource, that period.
Yeah, I would, at this point, pass it on to Raza, who I know is going to get to that, but I've still got a couple of questions, which is, for Commissioner Sohn here, Carr has said, like, two things to justify his actions. One is that the FCC is also responsible for ensuring spectrum efficiency, by which he seems to be saying the most intense use in the hands of the fewest people, and that there are other things out there, like satellite might someday, provide competition, or cable that only sells as a bundled service within their footprint are somehow competitors. MVNOs that are being consolidated and that can't get good wholesale terms are also. So what do you think about either of these justifications?
Well, first of all, it reminds me of what a disaster the merger of T-Mobile and Sprint was. I don't want to get into that. It's one of the things, it's one of my many losses in the policy space that makes me the angriest. But look, satellite, we know this, is expensive. It gets congested very quickly. And it is nowhere near, I know that Brendan Carr is desperate to call satellite a competitor, both for mobile wireless, but also for broadband. And it's just, it doesn't make the grade. It's nowhere near. It's great for the one person on the mountain, okay? I'm not going to say that satellite is bad unilaterally. It has some uses in very rural places, but as an actual competitor across the United States, it just can't compete. That's number one. MVNOs, they're great until until the network you're riding on, the facilities-based provider says, oh, we're going to double your rates, or, oh, you just can't do that anymore. So I love MVNOs, although they are consolidating, as you said. But again, they are at the mercy of the network provider that they're leasing space from. And as we saw with Boost Mobile, it's not always a great situation.
Right. And in fact, the fewer facilities-based carriers, the fewer options for these resellers to be able to get
Absolutely.
Decent terms. So I've been given the stop signal, but just one last question, if I can ask everybody to be real short. So how does this, at the end of the day, how does this impact consumers, this consolidation? And is there anything the FCC should do about it now that it's happened?
There is no short answer
Okay.
other
Sorry,
than...
I'll get in the next round. That's too long. I was told to do the play. I kept telling my son, I'm going to be in a LARP.
Can I yield time back to my fellow member? Thank you. I think in the future, anthropologists are going to have books about what is this kitchen table that these leaders kept talking about. But until that day, I want to turn for a moment to the proverbial kitchen table issue, right, and spend some time talking about the frustrations and indignities of being a consumer these days. Rates are being increased, fees are being hiked, discounts are being eliminated. And it seems at the same time that federal agencies are increasingly taking the position that, sorry, there's simply nothing they can do to help consumers. Whether it's the CFPB closing its doors, whether it's the FTC saying we can't address junk fees or deceptive cancellation policies for our memberships and recurring charges, or the FCC now saying we don't really have the authority to step in and deal with things like labels or asking providers to do more than the bare minimum. So competition, of course, we're told is supposed to solve all of these problems, and as my colleague alluded to, with no end in sight to consolidation of carriers and cable companies, what power do you have as an agency to step in and address problems like transparency and robocalls? Surely there is something you can do. What powers do you have that are currently atrophying?
Well, we tried to do something about that and put together a group chaired by the CEO of AT&T. I'll tell you a digress for 1 second. I called him and I said, I'd like you to chair this group. And he says, because he had just said some things about, we can't control robocalls. And I said, so therefore I want you to chair this group because we're going to find an answer. And he says, it's funny you should say that because I just had a call from my mother who was all upset about the robocalls that she is getting. That started the process. We gave them a date to come back, 6 months. Shaken Stirred was an outcome of that. We said to them at that point in time, thank you very much for all of your efforts, but you have not solved the problem. I'm setting a time for you to come back with how you've addressed that problem. Unfortunately, there was a problem that occurred between the date that we set going forward, and that was there was an election, and a guy by the name of Donald Trump was elected, and the first Trump FCC came in and shut that activity down. Of course it's possible to deal with. All it takes is a little gumption and something that is a little stronger than, listen, can't you do something about this?
Can I turn it back on all of you members? I worked with Chairman Wheeler to restore authority to the FCC over broadband under Title II, which of course was removed and then reinstated and then removed again. And that is going to be our fate forever and a day until you act. I know I should not be pointing my finger, but compared to Pam Bondi, I'm very, very gentle. Until you give the FCC authority over broadband. I mean, it's absurd in the 21st century that a technology that is absolutely essential, nobody argues it's a luxury anymore. Mike O'Reilly did in like 2017, but even he doesn't say that anymore. That there is not an agency that has authority to make sure that consumers are protected, to make sure competition is promoted. That's up to you. And we can have a debate over what the limits of that authority is, and we will debate. But for the commission to have none is just simply, it's crazy. I'll say it, it is absolutely simply crazy. So I guess I'm asking Congress to do its job and make sure that the FCC has some authority over broadband.
So let's turn to broadband. Let's turn to universal service. The universal service fund, as we all know, has been in place for nearly 30 years. It's a bipartisan test connecting home, businesses, and communities, particularly E-rate and rural health rate, connecting schools, libraries, and health. I represent Shelby, and they talk often about places where people learn, gather, see care, and then we heartbeat of so many communities around the country. Yet we acknowledge there's a problem. Contribution base is shrinking. Right? That's the money that comes in to fund the so we support and are very pleased there is a wide bipartisan group in Congress that recognizes this important, but also recognizes how important universal service is to so many communities around the country. And this is a program that predates me by 25 years, right? As Congress first statement saying, yes, we should be investing in all communities. So I think this question to the panel, I'll start with former chairman. We support the work of congressional. We support the work of modernizing and improving and strengthening. My question is, what role does the FCC? What role should Chairman Carr and Commissioner Trustee and Commissioner Gomez be playing saying right now about US?
But one of the disappointments for some time now has been the failure of the FCC as an institution to provide leadership. We have been talking this morning about Chairman Carr's use of the bully pulpit, if you will, of the chair to focus on this. It should be a priority. We know the problem exists. It has not snuck up on us. What's needed is, this is the expert agency. This is the agency that's supposed to understand more about telecommunications than anybody else in the federal government. Where are their ideas? Where are the proposals? What's the chairman doing saying, here's the kind of things we do? You know, on the last week that we were in office, we produced a report saying, you know what you need to do is you need to go in and you need to build it once, make sure everybody in America has high-speed fiber connectivity, and then leave town. And we laid out, here's how you do that. The Trump FCC, of course, conveniently lost that proposal. But it's not a hard thing for the chairman to do, to say, excuse me, all you smart people in the FCC, will you please come up with the kind of recommendations we ought to be making to Congress to solve this problem which isn't going away?
I was just going to say that in light of what is happening to the BEAD program, so that's the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program that has $42.5 billion for broadband deployment, and that was intended to, ensure that every rural community is connected, but this administration is basically taking half the money away from the states, giving a lot more money to satellite, which, as I said before, is a subpar technology. We need the Universal Service Program more than ever. I mean, we would still need it even if BEAD was perfect, but it's going to be, the implementation is going to be so suboptimal that it really creates even more of a crisis than we already have.
I would just add one note of caution. If you look at a policy goal like universal service, very hard to argue with that. What could be a better goal than making sure everyone's served with universal service and with quality service? I have a reservation about the kinds of conditions that are often attached to that, and I hearken back to the requirement that libraries that receive USF funds have internet content filters, something that ultimately was approved by the Supreme Court as a condition of receiving those funds. So whenever you are creating that sort of beneficial program, there's always the risk that it can be used to undermine First Amendment values.
We're going to go round two.
I think I've been everything. I got to make it to the Senate eventually. I've been a representative. It's so tempting to talk about broadband with my fellow members and commissioners too, but let's pivot back to broadcasting, which has gotten a lot of headlines and obviously been the target of Carr's ire so often. Commissioner Sohn mentioned this. I think it's important to talk about the indignity and absurdity of treating these giant stations as local in many ways. So when Sinclair says people in D.C. don't want Jimmy Kimmel, that's a pretty strange statement to make in the real world. But I want to ask you, Chairman Wheeler, about these sort of affiliate network relationships. And maybe there's some political sense to this and the leverage that he gets, but the notion that Brendan Carr is going to threaten local stations with news distortion complaints in order to empower them, I'm pretty sure that's a direct quote, in these negotiations with networks. I mean, you work for cable companies, you've seen these things from all sides. Can you talk about the power dynamics between these equally large, or at least all large behemoths on all sides, and how this is actually playing out today?
Thank you very much, Representative Wood. I'm fascinated. Here's the question to ask everybody. What are the first 7 words of the FCC chapter in Project 2025? The FCC should promote free speech. The first 7 words. Then it goes on to talk about deplatforming. Removing a comic from television because you don't like his monologue. Is that deplatforming? But the insidiousness, the invidiousness of the situation that you describe, sir, is what's really going on. And it's made worse as broadcasters consolidate. What's really going on is, hey, tell you what, let's make a deal. You got an economic problem. I got a political problem. I'll solve yours if you'll solve mine. And that's the kind of thing that, A, we need to be guarding against, and B, those who promote their fealty to the idea of an open and free market ought to realize turns that whole concept on its head.
Yeah, and you talk about the political whims dictating the content choices. We can't resist coming to you, Commissioner Corin Rivera, for the technical ones, I suppose, but Brendan Carr is not satisfied with just threatening ABC and Jimmy Kimmel and every other network. He's also talked about The View, and said, maybe they could be causing trouble. Now, to my question to Chairman Wheeler, I don't know who he goes after to discipline the View, because he has to punish the local stations in order to dictate content on the networks. But the equal time rule he's talking about, it is often called, he's gotten to that several times too in NBC right before the election. I guess basically, does this mean what he thinks it means? He seems to think that any time a politician shows up on a TV program, there's some kind of automatic right of response on network TV or on some program, and I don't think that's how it works, but I'd love to hear you.
Well, no, that's not how any of this works. And the current leadership of the FCC has not been particularly fastidious about which blunt instrument it uses to try and condition behavior by broadcasters, whether it's talking about the news distortion rule as applied to late-night comics or the equal time rule as applied to The View. None of it really operates that way. But that's not the way jawboning works. It's not meant to be literal. It's meant to be figurative. And it is true that the fewer industry players are, the more susceptible they are to this kind of pressure from government.
And for members of Congress, we are going forward. So, Congresswoman Gao.
Thank you. So I will turn us back to broadband and the BEAD program, which Commissioner Sohn mentioned. So it is $42.5 billion to connect the unconnected in this country. The intention was with future-proof high-speed fiber, but instead today, hundreds of millions of dollars are basically being thrown in the toilet, spent on inferior satellite infrastructure that becomes slower as more people use it, that is inconsistent and prone to interruptions, that is more expensive for the consumer, and very important to notice that already exists. These dollars were supposed to build hard infrastructure, new networks, new fiber lines underground and strung on poles. Instead, they're padding the pockets of billionaires Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos to build nothing, to reserve space on a satellite that's already there, that's already built. What can we call this but grift? This is going to have real impacts for generations. There are so many households across this country, in Minnesota, in Arizona, in Pennsylvania, I guess I may represent all these states, homes that would have been connected to high-speed fiber with BEAD, and now the Trump administration's changes mean they'll have satellite. Effectively, no change from what's available today, the same technology they can access right now. It's really a shocking grift. Not only are we losing necessary networks, communities are going to lose good union jobs, building and maintaining that infrastructure. I was just hearing from a CWA leader in Pennsylvania. In the Poconos, ARPA dollars from the Biden administration created high-speed fiber for communities and great local union jobs, linemen, splicers, service technicians. Now BEAD dollars that would have created good union jobs across this country are being thrown in the trash. So of course, BEAD isn't run through the FCC, but this all goes to the question of how broadband infrastructure will look in the next 50 years. If we zoom out, as referenced earlier, we know that the FCC has abdicated any regulatory authority over broadband, a crucial utility today. We can also see increased consolidation in the broadband space. So right now, the top 8 ISPs in the country provide internet service to about 76% of the population. If all the mergers currently underway are approved, Verizon Frontier, AT&T Lumen, and Charter Cox, the result will be that 4 ISPs will provide service to 73% of households in this country. So I'll direct to Chair Wheeler or anyone on the panel, what does the FCC need to do for our broadband future? If this FCC actually cared about preparing this country for the technology needs of the coming decades, including AI, what should they be doing?
The most important network of the 21st century needs to have ongoing public interest oversight, particularly if you're going to be spending tens of billions of taxpayer dollars to build it out. And let me just, one other thing. You talk about BEAD and being redone to favor Mr. Musk. One of the great positioning frauds of all time has been the claim, well, we're going to change BEAD and make it technology neutral. Okay? You had a future-proof, high-speed connectivity for all Americans that then got slowed down, and I won't take the rest of your time, but yes.
My colleagues are worried about broadband. They're worried about pricing. They're worried about consumers. To me, those are the problems of the last decade. We're in a crisis of democracy. This is Hungary. This is an authoritarian government taking over the media, and we're not talking about that. Commissioner Bob Corn-Revere, you talked about the problem of jawboning. Mr. Wheeler, you talked about the dynamic here of tit for tat, quid pro quo negotiations. This is the problem. This is what Larry Lessig was talking about when he called the FCC a junior varsity Congress, that even then the agency was effectively making policy decisions that are supposed to be made by us, the elected representatives of the American people. This is not a new problem. It's a new way that these underlying institutions, this underlying, let's say, misplacement of democratic decision-making has been taken over by the FCC, now in the service of an authoritarian government that is intent on taking over the media. It's not just keeping Jimmy Kimmel off the air, it's putting their favored people in charge of the media. Barry Weiss is now running the news programming at CBS because of the FCC's extortion. What do we do about this problem? How do we change the structure, because we cannot control the people who will be running the agency?
Well, your question is a deep one because there's been a lot of talk now about industries capitulating to jawboning, which is obviously a problem, not universal, but it is a problem that has to be dealt with. But it's not just something that happens in the private dimension. It's also a problem with Congress. A spine is a terrible thing to waste, and that's true not just when it comes to corporations giving in to government demands. It also, when Congress abdicates its oversight authority, when Congress will not stand up to an administration, then you have a deeper problem. And so the issue is not so much what Congress,
Let me interrupt here. We're going to have a moment, perhaps, to make statutory reforms in the way that Congress did after Watergate.
well, first you have to have the will to actually
But
legislate.
let's assume that there's a moment where the American people decide that they don't want to live in Viktor Orban's Hungary. Let's just assume that happens. I'm not sure it will. But if it does, what should Congress do to change the way that the FCC works to prevent this kind of abuse of power on the assumption that authoritarians will run the agency again and Congress will do nothing to stop them, and the courts, as things are currently configured, will not stop the agency either? How do we change the structure of the agency to make it harder for this mafioso tactic to work?
It's not so much the structure of the agency, it's the outside pressures that can be brought to bear on the agency. And I mentioned earlier that enabling people to bring private lawsuits against overuse of official authority is one way to do that. That's something that cannot be overtaken by control of a branch of government like Congress, which is not
I want to hear from your colleagues,
president.
but I want to note there are some unique things about the agency that give it particular leverage. One of them is that unlike competition law, where the whoever's trying to stop a merger bears the burden, in the case of the FCC, if you want a deal to get done, you bear the burden, and your deal doesn't get done until the agency's happy. That is a recipe for extortion. What do we do about it, Mr. Wheeler? And then Ms. Sohn.
Well, I think you got to understand that I agree with what Bob said. The solution, Congressman, is in your hands. That we need a Congress that will act. We need a Congress that will educate itself. You know, I go back to leading up to the breakup of the Bell system and how the Bell system was trying to get favorable legislation through Congress. And the chairman of the House Telecom Subcommittee at that time, Representative Tim Wirth, soon to be Senator Tim Wirth, held 14 hearings on the topic. 14 hearings. And they weren't these positioning come in like we see today where we have performance. These were educational hearings. These were designed to educate the members of the committee and those with whom they were dealing to come to a conclusion. That's not what we do today. You ask a very perceptive, spot-on question. It doesn't lend itself to a minute and a half response. It does lend itself to Congress stepping up and saying, let's have 14 hearings on this question that are real hearings that involve the American people and a search for the answers.
I'm just going to add one thing, because I can't say it any better than those two, is that we do have three co-equal branches of government. And where is the Supreme Court? Okay, and which of these cases is going up to the Supreme Court, and what will they do? Will they constrain the power of the agency? Okay, I think you're asking the commission to fix itself, but the FCC is a creature of Congress, and it's supposed to be overseen, or whatever First Amendment implication is supposed to be overseen by the judiciary, and we haven't talked about that at all.
Thank you. I'm going to return to the Paramount merger with two specific questions that I am going to start by addressing to Chairman Wheeler. Paramount agreed to appoint a bias ombudsman to gain Carr's approval of their merger with Skydance, and that ombudsman ended up being Kenneth Weinstein, a career partisan with ties to Trump. My question is, was that an appropriate concession for Carr to extract as part of the merger review process, and is there any precedent for it?
No and no.
Thank you. What do you think the ombudsman's role is going to be going forward, and is there a danger that he'll facilitate more FCC meddling? And this question is for everybody.
Well, once you've created a mechanism at the behest of the FCC, there's always a danger it's going to be misused. And so I would expect this not to be really any different, because it provides a direct avenue for whoever happens to be in charge of the FCC to funnel their complaints to the private broadcaster to get their news right, to remove bias as the regulator sees it. And that's always a recipe for abuse.
I think the circumstances around this and who they picked show quite conclusively that, this is going to be, the opportunity for abuse is huge. So I guess my answer is yes and yes.
I'm going to yield my time to my fellow representatives.
Thank you. I can't help but notice that ever since they agreed to this, they've been favored by the administration as purchasers of TikTok, now as potential purchasers of Warner Brothers with control over CNN. So, it's carrots and sticks. They're cooperate and you will be rewarded, and those we don't trust will be squeezed out. Barron has shamed me into leaving delete to ask some democracy questions, but I'm going to ask you all to just limit to yes or no. So we all know, thanks to Ajit Pai, text messaging is a Title I service, information service, not a common carrier service. If the president said to the big three wireless companies, I don't like these radical left Democrats being able to reach their folks by text, and I want you to block it. Is there anything in federal law right now that would prevent that?
I hope not. I don't know. I'm not going to give it. We're on the record here.
Right.
I'm not going to opine.
As far as you know from the FCC perspective.
I would certainly hope not.
Okay. Bob?
Well, again, I'd broaden that out to a First Amendment perspective, because there has been a lot of argument over whether or not communication services can simply be declared common carriers by regulators.
But whether you agree with it or not, I'm just asking a yes or no for the law today. If they said, we support the president, we're not going to let these radical left Democrats text anybody, can they do that under the FCC? Would the FCC have anything that it could do about that?
I'll echo Chairman Wheeler. I would say I'd hope not.
Okay.
I would say no.
Okay, so next one, short codes, which we had once upon a time where they didn't want to let NARAL have one. That got backed away. But again, Same thing. Could they say, I just don't want any of these Democrat supporting organizations, you know, they're like Soros terrorists or whatever. You're not allowed to have short codes. Anything the FCC could do to stop that?
The question you're asking, Congressman, is could they?
Yeah.
And they have demonstrated, of course, we can do anything we want. That the ability to interpret rules is the ultimate tool of an authoritarian. So could they? Yes. One would hope that it would be through a formal proceeding that asks the commission for a vote, rather than the Kimball treatment, which is, hey, you know, I don't like this. You guys don't want to do this either because I, you know, have the keys to the kingdom for you.
Yeah, but let's say it's that latter
one.
one.
You could then have that question decided. Could they? Yes. Should they? No. Can they? Probably not.
And it gets to, I know you wanted to ask about delete, but that's one thing that I've noticed about this FCC is the complete absence of process, right? And the fact that they can just delete hundreds of rules without notice and comment rulemaking and give people 10 days to review all these things. And by the way, with absolutely no guidelines as to, you know, as to what these rules, why these rules should be tossed. Right? So, I mean, the process, the chair has done an awful lot without the partnership of his two commissioners. And that's because he can. I mean, one thing I would do, with no disrespect to my former boss, is I would limit the power of the chair. I think the chair has way too much power. You know, if the chair decides that the other commissioners can't talk to the bureau chiefs, they can do that, okay? They control all the data. They control everything. And I think that is, and it may be true of the FTC as well. I'm not as informed about that, but I do think the chair has too much power. I think if two other commissioners wanted to call a meeting, they should be able to do that.
So I would say you guys are a hell of a lot more optimistic than I am about the ability of the FCC or any federal agency to prevent this kind of blocking. I think that anything that's a Title I service, which voice over IP may well be by the time we're done, which would mean these companies could block texting, could block broadband communications, could block voice, and, you know, frankly, I take that very seriously, even if other people think that it's unlikely, in the same way they probably thought that the FCC chair being able to pull Jimmy Kimmel was unlikely until it happened. But if I can use the 2 minutes that my colleague yielded to me, I did want to ask, delete. The chair says these are obsolete rules that, you know, although God knows how people can read through the 300 and something that they're paying, what's the problem here? Is this really something we ought to care about, or is this kind of just cleanup? What
A shame. What a perversion of power that you're talking about. Delete instead of competition.
Can I just say one thing? I would urge people to read Commissioner Gomez's dissent, one-page dissent, because what she notes is not only the fact that there was not enough time to review this, but also that it's not just obsolete, Representative. It was outdated or unwarranted rules. Well, who makes that judgment? And what if you've made a mistake? And if these rules are so obsolete, what difference does it make if you give people 30 days notice and let them comment if they're so obsolete? Sorry, had to make that point.
Next time we'll give you the power to cut off the mics.
They do have that power.
So I wanted to, recognizing the weight of some of the questions that my colleagues have asked, I do want to bring it back to something a little bit more prosaic, which is affordability. So let's talk about, what does the FCC need to do to address this? We have the ACP. There's been attempts to reform the USF to address this. But also, data. Why don't we know what broadband costs? Why don't we know where there is broadband? We've gotten a little bit better at that, but we just don't know. And so we're speculating all the time. Is there an affordability problem? How much is it? Where is it? Why do we have this persistent problem? And what are the next steps that an agency like the FCC should be doing to start tackling this?
Well, the Biden administration, the Biden FCC, did actually set a requirement that the FCC track affordability as part of their Section 706 report. And this FCC has repealed it. So the FCC could do that tomorrow, okay? They've got the ability under Section 706. You know, again, this is another place where Congress could demand it. I would love to see Congress reinstate the ACP. I'd also love to see whatever universal service fund reform basically lift up Lifeline. You want to call it something different because you don't like the name, fine, and raise it up to that $30 level because that was an incredibly popular program. So I'm sorry, Congressman, to have to turn this back around to Congress again, but it would be helpful, particularly in this environment, for Congress to act more forcefully in this space because affordability, as we saw last Tuesday, is a huge issue for the American people.
Could I jump back in there and follow up on that? So I respect you throwing it back to the panel, but at some point, we told you to improve the maps. We told you to do the labels. We told you, well, you went ahead and made the machine readable for now. Those are two great data sets. Why do you need Congress to say, put 2 + 2 together and get to 4? Put those numbers on a map where people can see them. You already have the data out there.
I'm with you.
Nobody's arguing against you.
We're with
There's
you.
a decision that's been made by the Trump administration, however, and let me just add one thing to the point about delete, delete, delete. Remember, the root of that is the day after the president de-independented the agencies, he issued another EO that said, we want you to identify and delete all of the rules that don't fit with our programs. And that's the criteria for how you get to this list of hundreds of rules.
I got my 60 seconds. Okay. Should USF also be addressing non-affordability barriers to adoption?
Absolutely.
Such as education, for instance, and ability to
Digital
use
skills.
Digital literacy,
Absolutely.
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 Workforce development, all those things.
Great.
And so should the non-deployment money in BEAD, okay? So the Trump administration is making the states, even though this was supposed to be a state-run program, remind people of that, making the states save more money and more money, more money. Under the law, the money they saved is supposed to go back to the states for uses that make the networks more valuable, like workforce development, like permitting reform, like devices, like adoption programs. Anybody want to take a bet whether this administration is going to give that money to the states as they should under the IIJA? Anybody?
Is it
An
required?
ESPN bet or DraftKings or any of those guys doing that? They are required to do it under law.
Let us end with artificial intelligence. Okay? An executive order explained earlier this year that one of our goals should be to invest in our educators and equip them with tools and knowledge to not only train students about AI, but also utilize AI in classrooms to improve educational outcomes. I agree. We agree. I think the next sentence of that executive order should be, and that's why E-rate and Universal Service Fund are so important. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. If we're going to equip our teachers and our schools and our libraries or our health clinics with the tools needed to use AI to improve educational outcomes, to improve opportunity, to improve health outcomes, don't you need the bandwidth to support it? And so my question, I'll start with you, Mr. Chairman, is what leadership, you talked about leadership when I asked you earlier about this, what leadership should the FCC be showing on AI right now to ensure that our networks are ready to support this type of bandwidth and traffic needs that are coming?
So, you know, universal service is always characterized in terms of how is Aunt Minnie in the farmhouse going to be able to get Netflix? That's not the issue. The issue is how is the warehouse down the street from Aunt Minnie going to have a high-speed, constantly upgradable connection to the cloud because all of the activity, including AI, is happening in the cloud. That doesn't happen when you're going up through the cloud, those clouds. The other thing that I think that is significant in what you're asking, sir, is if you go to that executive order that you or the plan for AI that you were talking about, it instructs the FCC to use its power to stop states from using their power to deal with issues raised by AI. Now, I'm not sure how you get from the FCC without direct power preempting states from action. But this administration has said that should be a policy, and this chairman certainly likes to salute those kinds of suggestions. And where that leads us, I think, is something that can make the kinds of issues that the rest of the committee have been talking about pale in comparison.
Can I just add on, Mr. Chairman? Okay. The FCC, I'm going to be nonpartisan here, maybe for once, is that the FCC, through the law, was supposed to do a report that talked about how the BEAD program would affect universal service, and they punted. So this FCC, that's one thing this FCC can do, is really look at the money that's being invested and how it's being invested now, okay, and figure out how to modernize USF. That's got to be a part of it. We can't keep doing the same old, same old. And that takes to your point. Things have changed drastically in the way we connect our schools, in the way we connect our rural health care providers, in the way we connect our rural communities. So it's not just enough to say, okay, this is the way we've always done it. The FCC seriously and Congress have to seriously look at what's the best way to spend the money now.
Evidence how much our witnesses and the members of Congress care about these issues. So we thank you for taking the time to be here, for engaging on this, for so many more conversations. So let's give them all a round of applause. As a housekeeping matter, you're going to take a 15-minute break, and you're going to turn next to FTC. I mean, you told us it's thank you again.
to do there? The graphic. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I forgot. Check 1, 2.
Hello. Oh my gosh, I'm very sorry. If people could get to the stage and we'll get started in 1 minute. And if you're not on the stage, if you could take your seats, I would be very grateful.
Testing.
Morning, everybody. My name is Lisa Hone. Welcome to the People's Oversight hearing of the Federal Trade Commission, where we will explore what is happening at the FTC under the Trump administration. Thank you to our witnesses, FTC Commissioner Becca Slaughter and Bilal Sayed, the director of the FTC's Office of Policy Planning during the first Trump administration. Earlier in my career, I had the privilege of serving for more than a decade as a consumer protection lawyer at the FTC, alongside a group of extraordinarily talented public servants under the leadership of bipartisan sets of commissioners led by chairs from both parties. Traditionally, the Federal Trade Commission's Bureau of Consumer Protection ensures that the power of free markets is checked by the principles of honest dealing and fairness. It sues bad actors who defraud consumers, holds accountable entities that surreptitiously collect and sell Americans' personal data, including the personal data of our children and teens, establishes rules giving Americans vital consumer protections, explores the impact of new and existing tech threats to consumers, provides consumer advice, and collects consumer complaints that inform the FTC's work. Over the course of the last 20 years, the FTC has returned billions of dollars to defrauded consumers and prevented countless Americans from falling victim to fraud and identity theft. The FTC's Bureau of Competition has traditionally used a variety of tools to protect consumers from companies that seek to profit from unfair competition. Among other things, this is where I have to change the page. The Bureau has reviews proposed mergers for their impact on consumers and competition, and brings cases to stop anti-competitive practices. The FTC's remarkable impact is not by chance, but by design. Let me repeat that. The FTC's remarkable impact is not by chance, it's by design. In creating the FTC, Congress recognized that our nation needed an agency dedicated to competition and consumer protection that is independent from political pressure, ensuring a measure of consistency and expertise across changing administrations. Congress therefore created an agency led by commissioners from both parties with staggered terms who can only be removed by the president for inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance, what lawyers like me call for cause. As a result, for decades, the FTC enjoyed bipartisan support on the Hill, and Congress has regularly acted on a bipartisan basis to give the FTC more authority to protect consumers, based in part on the FTC being a bipartisan independent agency. Notwithstanding, or maybe because of the FTC's long history of bipartisan support, over the last 11 months, the Trump administration has attacked the independence of the FTC, encouraged the departure of dozens of experienced professional staff members, maybe hundreds of experienced professional staff members, but we don't know because there's been no oversight, and appears to be using the FTC's limited resources to benefit the president's own personal political agenda and that of his allies at the expense of protecting consumers and competition. Earlier this year, President Trump attempted to fire without cause the two duly nominated and confirmed Democratic members of the FTC, one of whom has joined us as a witness today. The legitimacy of that action is now before the Supreme Court. The remaining Republicans, led by Chairman Ferguson, seem to be dedicating the FTC's limited resources to hosting biased workshops, engaging in politically motivated investigations, and overturning previous commission orders, all while failing to defend commission rules that save money for consumers purchasing cars, make it easier for consumers to cancel subscription services, and ban non-compete clauses in employment contracts which restrict hardworking Americans from finding more gainful employment. In the past, the FTC has been applauded by congressional Democrats and Republicans for bringing groundbreaking actions against big tech companies. Cases, for example, against Twitter, now called X, and Facebook, now called Meta, for putting their profits over consumer privacy, and against Amazon and Epic Games for practices that could put kids in harm's way. Now big tech investigations the FTC started during the last administration into TikTok and Snapchat have stalled with no explanation. And while the FTC recently reached a $2.5 billion settlement with Amazon for allegedly deceiving consumers into signing up for Prime membership, legitimate questions exist about whether the monetary penalty was high enough and whether the FTC should have gotten stronger injunctive relief. Who knew that buying front row seats to President Trump's inauguration and shelling out hundreds of millions of dollars to tear down the East Wing of the White House earns you a get-out-of-jail-free card with the Trump-Ferguson FTC? The Republicans who hold the majority in both chambers of Congress have not spoken out against or held hearings about what is happening at the Trump-Ferguson FTC. Their deafening silence is a shameful abdication of Congress's oversight responsibility, and it allows the Trump administration to subvert the important work of an independent bipartisan FSC. But we won't be silent. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses about the effect of the administration's actions on consumers and competition and what we need to do to protect the FTC and American consumers. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Why don't we start with Commissioner Becca Slaughter?
Thank you so much, Chair Hone, and members of this committee, and to Public Knowledge and your colleagues for organizing this important event. As Chair Hone mentioned, I have had the pleasure of serving as a commissioner on the FTC for quite some time. I was actually originally nominated by President Trump in 2018 to serve as a minority member, and I joined the commission along with one other Democrat and 3 Republicans. So I served for all of the first Trump administration as a minority commissioner. I was the acting chair at the beginning of the Biden administration, and I served as a majority commissioner for the rest of the Biden administration, switched back to a minority commissioner at the beginning of the Trump administration. And I recount that history in order to tell you that I have seen every side of the benefit of having a bipartisan independent agency. And so I deeply appreciate what is lost when you do not have that independence. And we're going to talk about lots of specifics, I think, but the top line message that I want you to think about are 2 words: transparency and accountability. The FTC's goal is to make sure that markets work for people, for the American people, by promoting competition and protecting consumers. And what that really means is that markets are transparently fair and that market participants are accountable for wrongdoing. That is the goal of the FTC. Those values, transparency and accountability, are also the goal of having independence. Minority commissioners, dissenting voices, can drive the agency towards consensus, which I think can be a good thing, and it can also provide the public with a window into what the counterfactual look like, or what other arguments can be when that consensus is not available. I availed myself of it when I was a minority commissioner. I was on the receiving end of some very heated, passionate, and I think mostly very respectful criticism from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And that also happens behind the scenes in ways that you don't see as the public. When I had the pleasure of serving with Bilal when he was the head of the Office of Policy Planning, we had the opportunity to engage and occasionally disagree, I think forcefully, but very respectfully. And I learn from those interactions, the agency benefits from those interactions, and ultimately the public benefits from those interactions. Removing dissenting voices at the FTC or other agencies, to be clear, I think is not a recognition of the strength of the majority position. I think it is a reflection of fear of the weakness of that position because it is unwilling to brook dissent, disagreement, or hear the other side. But minority commissioners are not the only way there can be transparency and accountability at agencies. There are two other important ways that I want to point to. One comes from within the agency itself. And I think this FTC, the Trump-Vance FTC, as Chairman Ferguson says every time he says the name of the agency, has limited their own transparency and accountability by doing things like, for example, shutting down open commission meetings that Chair Khan initiated and at which she invited her critics, her fans, members of the public to come in and share their views in front of a public audience. Chair Ferguson has not done that. He has also substantially limited the ability of the public to comment on the actions of the FTC, workshops, potential changes in policy. And that inhibits the work. It makes it harder for the staff to do the work of the agency. And then the last point about transparency and accountability really comes from Congress. And we've heard a lot about Congress's failure to do their job of providing the public with transparency and providing some accountability for the agency leaders. At the end of the day, why do we care? Chair Hone mentioned the image from the inauguration of the nation's biggest oligarch surrounding the president when he was sworn into office. And I think that image really says it all. We care about transparency and accountability because we want the law to be administered without fear or favor. And specifically, we want public servants, commissioners, and the staff at the agency to do their jobs without fear of getting fired for failure to do a favor for the president's friends, donors, and political allies. And that is exactly what we are missing now.
Thank you, Commissioner Slaughter. Mr. Syed.
Thank you. I'm going to focus my remarks a little bit differently. Sure, I'm going to focus my remarks a little differently. First, I'll just note that my remarks are my own and nobody else's. So the Federal Trade Commission, I think, is substantially diminished in its ability to perform its law enforcement, regulatory, and advocacy mission.
Wait, you have to turn on your...
I'll start over. The Federal Trade Commission.
Better?
The Federal Trade Commission.
We'll share.
Thank you. The Federal Trade Commission is the Federal Trade Commission is substantially diminished in its ability to perform its law enforcement, regulatory, and advocacy mission as compared to the end of the first Trump administration. This should be a significant concern to the Congress, but there is little to no evidence that it is. Now, there are a few causes for the FTC's current state, including recent budgetary mismanagement at the Commission, heavy presidential involvement in uprooting the civil service, and an effort to rethink and perhaps change the agency's core law enforcement mission by two successive administrations and agency leadership, often with little account of or respect for or understanding of the good work done by prior administrations. But a substantial amount of the responsibility for this current state rests on the Congress, particularly the relevant House and Senate oversight committees, because of the committees and members' unwillingness and inability to, and perhaps lack of interest in, providing effective, nonpartisan oversight of the agency. The FTC has broad law enforcement and regulatory authority over the national economy, subject to some statutory restrictions, and some recent Supreme Court opinions clarifying and narrowing that authority. It also has broad investigative and study authority and has adopted, rightly in my view, an advocacy arm that on the whole advocates for competitive markets and fair and non-deceptive practices across the economy. Thus, the rapid decline of the agency over the past 5 years should be of significant concern, but I see no evidence that the Congress or the relevant oversight committees are concerned and are moving to stem and reverse this decline. Now, what I did see, and most prominently during the previous administration, but clearly evident as well during the first Trump administration, where I served, are oversight committees and members that have become largely bogged down in partisan commentary on the operation of the agency, and in too many respects, criticizing the agency and its leadership without offering a coherent alternative and realistic direction for the agency, given its resources. Arguably worse is the current Congress's inattention to the agency. Now, the FTC's very broad authority makes it very hard to claim with reasonable certainty in advance that its actions go beyond the scope of its authority. This is true, I believe, for initiatives of the Biden administration that were ultimately unsuccessful, and also for some of the new initiatives of the Trump administration that, to me, appear at the outer bounds of the agency's core mission. With relatively unbounded authority, effective oversight is necessary, for the Commission or any agency may not otherwise use its scarce resources in anything approaching their most effective use. The President, arguably, is taking steps to increase the Office of the President's ability to exercise effective oversight and authority over the direction and the policies of the Commission. In some respects, this is a positive, especially that the President's role will be more public and perhaps thus more accountable to somebody. But it clearly raises substantial concerns of improper acts or influence or misdirection of the Commission's scarce resources at the direction of a single individual or office, no matter how important the role of the President in seeing that the laws are faithfully executed. The failure of the Congress to exercise effective oversight of the Commission must be reversed, in part to balance the increased presidential control of the Commission, and in part to reverse the effects of Congress's past failures. In the first instance, the relevant oversight committees must put aside an interest in supporting or opposing Commission leadership on the basis of ideological perspectives or preferences, rather than general competence in effectuating over the long term the Commission's law enforcement mission, and must require the Commission to use its resources not at the outer bounds of its authority, but to effectuate its core mission of protecting markets and protecting consumers. Our citizens, our families, our friends, in their various roles as owners and operators of businesses, as suppliers to businesses, including their supply of labor and intellectual capital, and as consumers, will be better off if Congress effectively exercises its authority.
Covered in 5 minutes exactly. Excellent witnesses, both of you. As we move to the question and answer portion of this hearing, the questions you will hear my colleagues and I ask reflect our serious concerns about what the Trump FTC is doing to politicize the work of the FTC and what it's not doing to protect consumers and competition. And I think Mr. Said raises a really important point when he talks about the limitations of the resources of the FTC. It is not a large agency, and it has a broad mission. Let me start with the Trump-Ferguson FTC's attempt to issue a broad and I think baseless civil investigative demand to the nonprofit group Media Matters. This action is an outrageous violation of the First Amendment and a blatant attempt to curry favor with President Trump's close ally, billionaire Elon Musk, who made clear that he was furious that Media Matters had reported on the proliferation of Nazi propaganda posts on X, the platform owned and controlled by Elon Musk. Federal courts have repeatedly rejected the FTC's authority to issue that civil investigative demand as an apparent violation of the First Amendment, and yet Chair Ferguson continues to spend scarce agency resources to pursue this vendetta. Mr. Syed, can you imagine your former boss, Joe Simons, who was the chair during the last Trump administration, issuing a civil investigative demand in an attempt to silence a nonprofit organization, the FTC does not have jurisdiction over nonprofits, that President Trump or his backers considered problematic? And what should Congress be doing to put an end to this sort of abusive use of FTC resources? I feel like that last part was just a softball right into your original statement.
So, look, the way you described the Media Matters CID and the way the courts have described the purpose, the intention of that CID, of course I don't think that Chairman Simons would have issued a CID. And in that, under those conditions or under that process. And of course we have some evidence of that. I mean, it's been publicly reported that at the later stages of the first Trump administration, the presidential administration, Office of the President, was interested in the FTC investigating what I think I'd call anti-conservative bias among platforms and other organizations. And the chairman thought we did not have that authority because he thought that was non-commercial activity. and so told the president, and this has been reported, that he just did not believe the FTC had the authority to do that. Maybe I'll stop there because that answers the first part of your question. I actually have a response. Maybe we'll get into it later on the question of whether.
Would you mind taking 20 or 30 seconds to answer the second half?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna. I just don't want to let go of this distinction between sort of commercial activity and non-commercial activity, because I think, that's been lost in some of the discussion of other matters. What can Congress do? Look, I think Congress could effectively exercise its authority to oversee what the Commission does, both in its sort of operating through its questioning and through its sort of budgetary role. Now, honestly, I think it is a problem, and it has been a problem, if the leadership of the Commission, whether it's at the chair level or the Commission level, wants to go rogue. I think it is hard for a body, a multi-person body like the Congress or the committees, to come to an agreement and restrain somebody who wants to go rogue. And that does lead me to have some sympathy for the idea of presidential control of the agency that President Trump suggests he is trying to achieve. Now, whether it should be done in you might want a president who exercises that authority smartly, maybe. But I think the point you raise leads to this question of who actually does control a rogue agency, and it's not clear it's the Congress, or that the Congress can do it quickly.
Commissioner Slaughter has an answer to that question.
Yeah. I'll just jump in to say, look, I agree with Bilal, and I really admired Chairman Simon's willingness to say, we don't have the legal authority to do this, so I'm not going to do it. Congress does have the ability to intervene in the outset by, for example, making it, taking nonprofits out of the jurisdiction of the FTC. I don't think that's a great policy as a general matter, but that is the law right now. And when we talk about going rogue, part of what we're talking about is ignoring that law and the First Amendment, and where the president does, under the existing law, have the authority to exercise control, is he can remove commissioners for cause, and a cause can include not following the law, not following the law, right, to double negative it. So I think the law provides that. Congress can also has budgetary authority and lots of other things. But the idea that we need a president to do more direct control to avoid rogue commissioners, I think, is incorrect.
Thank you very much. We will now go to Eric Null from the Center for Democracy and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In reaction to the excesses and abuses of the last Gilded Age, Congress created the FTC to protect the American people from harmful commercial activity. The FTC is the foremost federal protector of people against fraud, scams, privacy violations, industry consolidation, and anything else that may be deceptive or unfair in commerce. But the FTC has recently been under attack. In particular, the president purported to fire its Democratic commissioners, contrary to century-old law. And without a bipartisan set of commissioners that are independent, the FTC's reputation, authority, and legacy are likely to suffer. Chair Ferguson himself acknowledged that having a bipartisan independent commission is valuable. Congress hasn't held a single oversight hearing of this agency in 2025, yet it is clearly in desperate need of it. Priorities are out of line, limited resources are being wasted, and the agency is poised to become the grievance enforcer for the current president, using the power of the federal government to extort political enemies and harm people the president doesn't like. Since the new administration, there appears to have been a fairly substantial change in priorities away from bread and butter enforcement issues toward more ideological fare. Instead of focusing more on how to protect people from the shady data broker industry, the FTC is fueling the culture war by holding workshops and seeking comments on gender-affirming care for minors. Instead of focusing on the harms caused by flagrant data practices, particularly with respect to AI that can cause discrimination based on protected class at scale, it took action on Google's supposedly bipartisan email filters. And instead of investigating how private companies are complicit in this administration's hoovering up of all government data as a way to selectively target the most vulnerable among us, the FTC is forcing companies to give up their First Amendment rights to allow certain mergers to proceed. In short, the supposed Trump-Vance FTC has largely abandoned its proud history of independence and consumer protection, despite growing evidence of consumer harms, particularly around data practices and AI. The agency has turned a blind eye to the myriad ways that commercial surveillance enables both corporate exploitation and state repression. Greed for behavioral data, the insights it generates, and the manipulation it facilitates paved the road to democratic regression. And the same data is now enabling human rights violations, the scale of which we are only beginning to understand. Privacy protections matter now more than ever. They are how we fight authoritarianism. I can't help but think it would have been harder for the administration to target people in this country if we had strong privacy protections like those contemplated in the commercial surveillance proceeding that would have prevented the wholesale collection of data about every person online. Protecting its people, particularly its most vulnerable people, is the nation's most sacred duty. It's high time the FTC goes back to that. And with that, I have a few questions, more than we have time for. Maybe we can do some QFRs or something if you want some homework. So my first question is about agency independence and process. So the agency has opened the door to questioning previous enforcement actions. It recently rescinded 2 competition-related orders and has sought comment on opening several other orders. What does this mean for the future of agency adjudication? Should anyone take the agency's enforcement actions seriously anymore? And what role does agency independence play in that? This can be for both of you, but for Commissioner Slaughter.
Thanks. So look, as a general matter, I actually think it's fine for new commissions, new commissioners to reconsider whether the way things have been done in the past continue to be the right way to do things, and whether orders that were issued at time 0 continue to be the right orders going into the future. That is a healthy thing for an agency to do. However, I don't agree with the conclusions that this administration has come to about some of those orders and some of those decision makings, and more importantly, the way that ties into independence. You know, I talked about transparency and accountability. I did not use the word corruption, but that is a word about which I think all the time these days, and about which we need to be very concerned. My colleague Alvaro Bedoya has been very vocal and very evidence-based, I think is what I would say, in drawing links between donation records of particular people and favorable action by the FTC on their behalf. That is a pattern that merits an enormous amount of attention and is directly tied to this question of independence. And so that's something we should be worried about. I'll go back to my point earlier. We want the law to be administered without fear or favor. It's okay to disagree about what the right policy outcomes are and to have robust debates about them. It is not okay for those decisions to be made based on doing political favors and rewarding political donors.
Thank you.
Panelist is David Brody, an expert in privacy and civil rights.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Slaughter, I'd like to ask you about the FTC's role in protecting civil rights. Going back to the vision of Louis Brandeis, the FTC's mission has been to ensure that consumers get fair treatment. That includes combating discrimination as an unfair trade practice. The FTC's authorities were modeled on the Interstate Commerce Act, which the Supreme Court repeatedly invoked to desegregate railroads and buses during the Jim Crow era. In the 1960s, the FTC enforced its deception doctrine against landlords that refused to rent to black tenants. In the past few years, the FTC issued guidance that using AI to discriminate is an unfair trade practice, and sued Rite Aid pharmacies for using facial recognition to discriminate based on race and gender. What is the FTC's role in ensuring that everyone in America has equal opportunity in consumer commerce?
Thank you for the question. I think the FTC's job is to ensure that everyone in America has equal opportunity to participate in commerce and to be treated fairly. The FTC's unfairness authority is a topic of substantial debate and discussion, but at the end of the day, what it says is Companies are not allowed to engage in practices that cause substantial injury that's not reasonably avoidable and not offset by countervailing benefits to competition or consumers. Those are the three prongs of the unfairness test. It is difficult for me to think of something that fits more squarely into each of those prongs than impermissible discrimination based on protected categories. It causes substantial injury. It's certainly not reasonably avoidable by the person who's being discriminated against, and it is difficult to envision any countervailing benefits to competition or consumers from discrimination. There has been a big debate about whether the FTC has the authority to go after conduct that is also covered by other parts of the law, but I don't think it's that deep, right? There are lots of parts of the law that address other things in the FTC's mandate. For example, there are titles of the code dedicated to pharmaceutical regulation, and the FTC still has authority to go after pay for delay deals and pharmaceutical mergers and lots of things like that. So I think the fact that it's covered in one area of the code does not preclude FTC enforcement, and I think it's a really important way to look after many of the Americans who most need the protection of the government to keep them from being on the receiving end of not only unfair but illegal treatment.
Thank you. And in those 1960s cases where the FTC enforced its deception doctrine against housing discrimination, the agency explicitly recognized that it maintained that authority even after the passage of the Fair Housing Act. Mr. Said, I'd like to ask you about the role of regulation and enforcement in ensuring fair market competition. We have seen an explosion of AI and data-driven technologies. At the same time, we are living in a legal Wild West. There are no significant regulations on many data practices. What rules we do have are difficult to enforce effectively, in part due to the FTC's lack of civil penalty authority, and in part because the profits are so huge that paltry fines have no deterrent effect. Just last week, Reuters reported that Meta knows that 10% of its revenue, $16 billion, comes from serving fraud ads to Facebook users. 15 billion scam ads per day. In this environment, how are honest and legitimate companies supposed to compete on equal footing with snake oil salesmen? How can consumers open their wallets when they're constantly swatting away swindlers? Could you please describe how the FTC should use its regulatory and enforcement powers to foster healthy market competition and increase consumer trust?
I will answer that. I also want to touch on sort of the earlier question. Right. Look, I think the FTC should focus on its core competencies rather than exercise its authority to the outer bounds of its authority. And I think, you know, the earlier question or comment you had with respect to civil rights is at best at the outer bounds of their authority. Now, and they ought not to exercise its authority there because they have no expertise, and it's a diversion from their core mission, which should be focused on, you know, preventing unfair, deceptive practices or unfair methods of competition. Now, if a company knowingly is promoting false or fraudulent activity, that's a reasonable target for the agency.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Frank Torres from the Leadership Conference for Civil Rights.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our witnesses today. I do want to pick up on some themes that were raised by my colleagues, including themes around trust and what it means now that the script is kind of flipped a little bit, where it seems like the FTC's been directed to protect the interest of big industry like big tech and other companies, protect their bottom line in the name of innovation and competition. Yet at the same time, if consumers, if the public are not protected, it leads to lack of trust. And we've learned that through the years. We've learned that with privacy. We've learned it with online fraud happening. And so I want to explore what this flipping of the script means and the current state and what the impact that will have for all of us if we stay on this current path. So let me get down to the actual question. When the FTC was created, it was to protect consumers in the face of rapid industrialization. There was a realization even back then that the power of corporate America was becoming very strong, and there needed to be a balance to that. And I think we're at a similar inflection point today. It probably happened more than a decade ago, where the threats are now from opaque algorithms, massive data collections, and AI systems that can manipulate us through surveillance and therefore leading to discrimination at scale, and we've seen that. So in the context of all of that, what can the Commission do, and what should the Commission be doing to ensure that its mission to protect individuals from unfair practices, and I agree with my colleague that these can come up through discrimination against protected classes, how do we ensure that the FTC and its what it should be doing is being fully applied to the risk posed by AI systems and commercial surveillance? And Commissioner Slaughter, I'll start with you because I know you've written somewhat about this, talked about it.
Great. This is that bipartisan teamwork we like to see in action. I think that there was a lot of really important work done under Chair Khan's leadership to both highlight, call attention to, and address some of the risks that go along with the opportunities AI can pose in the markets. I will continue to call everyone's attention to the public record on the commercial surveillance rulemaking docket that I think is a treasure trove of really thoughtful, informed comments from across the ideological and industry and personal spectrum that people can continue to draw from, even if the agency is not acting on that information. I do want to go back, Congressman, not to detract from your question, but to this question about civil rights enforcement. Actually, two of the earliest cases I remember working on in the first Trump administration during Chairman Simon's leadership was a housing case that involved sort of lies in the provision of Section 8 housing vouchers that disproportionately harmed people of color, involving how background checks were done, and then a sort of auto financing scheme that targeted a Navajo reservation. Those were both, first of all, brought by Republican administration, squarely within the FTC's core competences of dealing with unfair lending practices and commercial conduct, and also had a civil rights angle. So when we talk about what's in the FTC's core competencies, I'm talking about looking with a fully open eyes about who is affected by illegal marketplace conduct and directing resources to make sure that it is that those are being used to help the people who need the help that Congress designed the FTC to provide, not stepping outside the bounds of the agency's authority. And tying it back to your question, that all plays into how we address the AI markets in a forward-looking way, too.
Thank you, Commissioner. You actually got to the question that I was going to ask next. So
great.
I appreciate that. But I may have a follow-up question. I know we're just about at time, so.
Now we'll go to John Davison from the excuse me, my tongue is twisted, the Electronic Privacy Information Center.
The good epic, not the bad epic.
Good epic, not the bad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Slaughter, I want to go back a little bit to Section 5, which is really the backbone of the FTC's Consumer Protection Authority. Under your and Chair Khan's leadership, the FTC made significantly greater use of Section 5's prohibition on unfair trade practices in particular. And as you were discussing, the unfairness prong of the FTC's Consumer Protection Authority empowers the Commission to hold companies accountable for business practices that can substantially injure consumers, and not just the ones that companies lie about or fail to disclose. And Congress has been clear that it expects the FTC to use this authority, and under Chair Khan, the Commission did so, I think, to great effect. taking action against data brokers that traffic in our sensitive personal information, cracking down on companies that deploy discriminatory and invasive surveillance technology against its customers, penalizing companies that prey on the personal data of students and children. But in a recent speech, the current director of the FTC's Bureau of Consumer Protection described those same efforts as overzealous, called for dialing back the FTC's unfairness enforcement, and argued that the Commission should instead work to ensure, quote, the free flow of consumers' data on the internet. What do you make of that, and what do you think is lost when the Commission voluntarily retreats from a key part of its own authority?
Well, I think it's bad as a matter of policy, right, in terms of making policy judgments, which administrations are entitled to do. I disagree with that policy of pushing back. But as a matter of law, I think it's also deeply problematic. At the end of the day, the FTC, like other independent agencies and executive branch agencies, traditional executive branch agencies, are creatures of laws passed by Congress. And when Congress passes a law directing an agency to address particular topics, it is the job of the agency to follow the law that Congress has written. So when Congress not only originally passed the Unfairness Authority, but then followed up with this very specific three-pronged test for Consumer Protection Unfairness Authority, for the FTC to say utilizing that is necessarily an overreach strikes me as not conservative, but in fact quite radical, jumping into the place of Congress to decide what the laws should be. I would also expect Congress to jump back and say, no, we told you what the law is, and you need to follow the law that we have written. I think it's great to have debates about what the law should be. That's fine. I did it at law school all the time. I did it when I worked on the Hill all the time. But the job of an agency leadership, is to administer the law as it is.
Thank you, and I think we have time for a second question as well. Over the past year, as the FTC has wrapped up a number of the enforcement actions begun under the previous commission, we've seen some troubling signs about the direction of the commission's consumer protection and privacy work. We already discussed the selective dislike for unfair trade practice enforcement, but there have been other red flags. Earlier this year, the commission dropped a critical enforcement action against MGM over its failure to protect consumers' personal data. The commission appears to be slow-walking some administrative proceedings against Meta over the social media giant's repeated abuses and violations of the consent decree. And the FTC has either failed to finalize or has adopted somewhat watered-down remedies for data protection violations by General Motors, Disney, and Snap, among others. What do you make of these developments?
Well, I think actually the one I want to pick up on is the Snap one, which I think has gotten precious little public attention. Snap, in January, before the inauguration, the then leadership of the agency, Chair Khan, myself, Commissioner Bedoya, voted to make public that we had referred a matter to the Department of Justice involving Snap. The details of it are not public, but some of the broad outlines were. And it involves how chatbots engage with children on the internet. I'm a parent. This is terrifying to me. It is genuinely terrifying to me. And I am an engaged parent. I am a technologically literate parent. And I am a legally literate parent. And I still have a really hard time micromanaging, especially my preteen and teenage children's engagement with the internet. And to allow companies a free pass and not provide a public accounting of what happened to that referral, I think is a real dereliction of duty on behalf of the agency and should worry parents substantially and other members of society who also care about children, which I really hope is all of the members of society.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Now we'll go to Shay Gardner from LGBTQ Tech.
Thank you so much for being here and for fielding questions that, frankly, I don't think we should have to work this hard to get answers to. Not dissimilar to some of my esteemed colleagues up here, my focus for the day is around the FTC's current apparent priority of attacking the population rather than addressing many of the harms they face. Culture wars over consumer protection, if you will. I think this becomes very apparent when you look at one reporting mechanism, which is the FTC's 2024 Consumer Sentinel report, which, in my opinion, shows a nation completely overwhelmed by real and measurable consumer harms and an agency completely distracted from them. Last year, Americans filed 6.5 million consumer complaints, a record high. The top categories were credit reporting abuses, identity theft, and imposter scams, which together made up more than half of all these complaints. Yet none of the FTC's most visible actions this year have targeted these top issues. Instead, we've seen resources diverted toward politicized events, most notably a July 9th workshop on the so-called dangers of gender-affirming care. This is a topic that does not appear once in the previously mentioned 92-page Sentinel report. So with that, Commissioner Slaughter, how should this report or other reporting mechanisms like it, ones that provide clear data-backed evidence of where Americans are being harmed, be driving the FTC's enforcement and policy priorities? And why don't you think we're seeing that alignment today?
Well, I think Sentinel has been a really valuable tool for the FTC for a really long time to provide intel into what's happening in markets and where people are feeling pain. And I just want to take this moment to note that during the shutdown, when we're thinking about priorities, during the shutdown, consumers have not been able to report fraud to the agency. That part of the agency intake has been shut down, but you know what's been open? The pre-merger notification office, which means that large companies can file to get their mergers through. A skeletal staff has been reviewing those filings, and the FTC has even granted 2 early terminations, which are functionally affirmative approvals of transactions, one involving Alphabet, one involving Pfizer, both multi-billion-dollar deals, while consumers who are on the receiving end of illegal and unfair business practices have not been able to get any relief or even to report what's happening to them. So do I think Sentinel should be the only guidebook that the agency uses? No, there are lots of important ways to get information about problems that are happening in the market. But to ignore it entirely, I think is also deeply problematic. And one thing we heard about on the first panel today that I want to come back to again and again, because I think it's core to the FTC's mission, we are in an affordability crisis in this country, an actual crisis. There are people who do not know how they are going to provide a Thanksgiving dinner for their families, pay to heat their homes, provide medicine, access medicine that they need or health care that they need. Those are real, urgent, pressing matters that the FTC has a role to play in addressing and prioritizing culture war issues over those very real cost of living, affordability questions, I think is just the wrong choice.
Thank you. I agree. Mr. Syed, these same top harms I mentioned around identity theft, around credit bureau failures, identity or imposter scams, these have dominated FTC data for years, even as we're watching sort of enforcement on them decline. What does it say about the agency's deterrence model that these issues remain so persistent? Do you believe that's because of the FTC's foray into culture wars in the interest of making political favor, or does that responsibility lie elsewhere?
Well, look, I think one reason they continue to exist and expand is limited resources at the agency. And an expectation that the agency itself can make more than a small dent in those types of, you know, what I would call crimes, but are not actually crimes as measured by the FTC's actions or ability to act. Look, I think the agency should spend its resources to attack the most harm for the conduct that causes the most harm for the most people. It doesn't mean that it should not spend some resource to explore areas that are new or novel and potentially even unknown, right? I mean, that's the balance that the leadership has to make. It should be that there's a role for Congress in asking whether the agency is getting that balance right. You know, so they can't be all things to everybody, but they ought to, you know, small cases sometimes make good law, and they ought not to be afraid to go off and expend some resources to develop the law or identify problems that were not not high priority for other previous administrations.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Anna Lenhart, who I will say when she worked on the Hill was one of the hardest working staffers on the Hill. I'm not sure she ever slept.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to talk about an issue I know colleagues on both sides of the aisle care about. Child sexual abuse material, CSAM, and non-consensual intimate imagery. These are topics typically for my friends on judiciary, but it's my understanding that the FTC recently settled with ALO, the owner of Pornhub and other adult entertainment websites. In that settlement, they require that Pornhub, quote, review content for abuse material. Commissioner Slaughter, can you explain why this requirement embedded in a settlement may impact the ability for prosecutors to get justice for victims? And I understand this is nuanced.
Yeah, so I am not a criminal law expert, and I will not pretend to play one in this hearing either, but I think there's some fundamental truths that go to, that even I understand. Bilal talked a little bit about some activity that the FTC addresses being crimes. Actually, one of the things I thought from the beginning when I got to the agency, a lot of the fraud cases I thought were like, okay, it's fine that the FTC is resolving this case, but this was a crime. Why is this person not in the jail? Like, you know, our civil penalty, our fine or our restitution order is fine, but this person already doesn't care about the law, probably should be going to jail. And actually a thing that is really important is for the agency to be working with criminal prosecutors who do have that authority. And what I would be concerned about in this settlement is ensuring that anything the FTC does could not interfere with the ability of prosecutors at the end of the day to bring the cases that they need to against the people who are perpetrating these violations by perpetuating or spreading CSAM. And I think that there are really complicated Fourth Amendment issues involved in how the government accesses information and how it can be used as evidence in a criminal case. And I worry about washing over that for the benefit of a civil settlement that at the end of the day does not truly hold accountable some of the worst perpetrators.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to emphasize that ALO and the adult entertainment sites they oversee are knowingly making money off of CSAM and NCII. It's a huge problem. It requires a systemic solution that respects people's constitutional rights under the Fourth Amendment and people's privacy, and it absolutely should be handled by the legislative branch. It absolutely should not be addressed via vague statements in a 60-page settlement. Settlements which by the nature of being issued by the FTC have ramifications for the entire internet. The process here is really horrifying. And look, if the FTC was truly focused on CSAM and NCII, that would be one thing. But this FTC has made it clear that they want to shape the internet into the vision laid out in Project 2025. An internet not only free of porn, but where social media companies are expected to optimize their content moderation systems to support this administration's ideology, an ideology that is explicitly anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion, and anti-trans. The FTC's complaint against ALO stakes out the position that imperfect content moderation, or an online platform not perfectly abiding by their community guidelines, could be deceptive under Section 5 of the FTC Act. Mr. Saeed, can you explain the implications of the FTC's position and what it can mean for free expression on the internet?
Look, I think I'm not sure I got all of that question, so maybe I'll answer in a more general manner. But I want to just come back to your question of Commissioner Slaughter. Look, I don't know what happened in that settlement you were discussing, but I would be surprised if the FTC did not talk to prosecutors and ask them, were they comfortable with the language and how would it be interpreted going forward? Now, that's a perfectly good question. They ought to be asked to make sure they're doing that, but they're not careless about these things, and the agency has always been sensitive to how, well, should be, and I think has been sensitive to how their civil actions affect criminal investigations. Look, free expression, I mean, the agency has always, or I shouldn't say always, I know in the last 50 years, the agency has acted in manners that limit limit or affect, commercial speech by parties, right? Commercial speech and non-commercial speech are treated differently. Whether they've drawn the line correctly with respect to whether that commercial activity bleeds into non-commercial activity is sort of a factual question, maybe a legal question, but the FTC acts in the commercial realm, including areas that are commercial speech. So yeah, do they get it wrong sometimes? Maybe. But are they precluded from acting in that space because it may touch on non-commercial speech? No.
Thank you for that, and just quickly reclaim my time. I've heard from several prosecutors in the child sexual abuse and online sexual abuse space that this is really concerning, and they don't feel like there is clarity in the way this settlement was written. So I think it is our job as Congress to get that clarity where we can. And I just want to close with cherry-picking platforms to be the subject of UDAP cases, knowing that no platform will ever perfectly implement their community guidelines, which is known by every researcher in the social media space. That's classic government censorship, and I yield.
Thank you very much. We will now go to round 2 for questions. There are a number of rules that the FTC adopted during the last administration that would have driven down costs for consumers. And as Commissioner Slaughter pointed out, this nation's in an affordability crisis. And we politicians like to say that we're focused on driving affordability. Yet the current FTC is abandoned by not defending these rules, by not defending them in court, and not finding other ways to pursue the objectives of such rules. Commissioner Slaughter, let's start by talking about the non-compete rule. The current FTC failed to defend in court the non-compete rule, which would have prohibited companies from using non-compete provisions in their employment contracts to lock employees into low-paying or abusive jobs by making it nearly impossible for them to switch to a new employer. The Commission already collected voluminous evidence of the pain inflicted on all sorts of employees as a result of mandatory non-compete provisions in employment contracts. And we're not just talking about CEOs or other senior executives, but plumbers and hairdressers and dental technicians. Chair Ferguson has said that he thinks the FTC should address the issue on a case-by-case basis, and in September, the Commission, without the benefit of any Democratic commissioners weighing in, issued a public request for more information about the problems created by non-compete agreements. Does this approach make sense to you?
No. Actually, that RFI was issued in the 4-day period that I was back at the FTC after being reinstated by the DC Circuit Court of Appeals. So I had the opportunity not to weigh in on the RFI, which was issued unilaterally by the chair, but on 2 other decisions that were subject to an FTC vote that week. The first was the decision to stop defending the non-compete rule, and the second was a settlement with a company over its use of non-compete agreements. And I hate the term non-compete agreements. I'm going to go back to calling them non-compete clauses, because the whole point is that they are not actually agreements between 2 parties on equal footing. They are most often imposed unilaterally from the top down. You don't have to look a lot farther than the name of these clauses to understand that they are problematic from a competitive perspective. If you like competition, you do not like clauses that require you not to compete. We don't even have to get into more detail about that, but the record that was collected under Chair Khan's administration, I think it had 26,000 comments, I believe. I may have the number a little bit off, but it was in that universe. I think 25,000 of which were supportive of a full ban on non-competes. And they did come from across industry spectrums, and the evidence in the record reflected that not only do non-competes suppress wages for people who are bound by them, but they also suppress wages for other workers in the same industry, and they suppress new capital formation, new business formation, and all of the things that can give us a vibrant, healthy economy. So I think it is hugely problematic for the administration to walk away from it. And I'll make one more observation. In a different independent agency universe, over at the SEC, I have heard lots of complaints about regulation by enforcement, that case-by-case enforcement taking the place of notice and comment rulemaking is not a fair way to do things. And I find it deeply ironic that many of those same industry voices come to the FTC and say, no, no, you have to do case-by-case enforcement only that will only bind one particular party, not participatory public rulemaking that can provide adequate notice to industry participants and really engage the public.
The 1 minute I have left, I also want to talk briefly about the click-to-cancel rule and the CARS rule, both of which the Commission has abandoned. The click-to-cancel rule would have required companies charging consumers for subscription services to make it as easy to cancel a subscription as it is to sign up for one. The CARS rule would have required important disclosure to people purchasing cars, one of the largest purchases that consumers make. In the absence of FTC action, some states are taking up these issues. What, Commissioner Slaughter, do you think we lose when those issues are addressed on a state-by-state basis rather than at the federal level by the FTC?
Well, fundamentally, we lose the protection for the people who are not in those states, and that is many, many people. Like, there are a lot of people who live in California, but there are more people who don't live in California, and they also deserve the protection of the law. And if I'm going to put my other side hat on, from a compliance perspective for industry, it's harder to comply. I heard about it constantly when I was on the Hill. Harder to comply with a patchwork of laws than it is to comply with a coherent standard. But I will come back to the first point, which is all Americans deserve the protection of the law, and they deserve to be protected from abusive business practices. Click to cancel is a great example of like death by 1,000 cuts. Your one individual subscription is not going to bankrupt you, but the weight of them overall really makes a huge difference to people who are getting by paycheck to paycheck, and even those who aren't, and that is what the federal government should be focused on.
Thank you, Commissioner Slaughter. Moving on to Rep. Knoll.
Thank you. We're seeing an explosion in the use of age verification technologies, thanks in part to the Supreme Court opening the door in one limited circumstance to allowing online age verification. But we know that these services can harm privacy and anonymity. What do you see as the potential benefits and harms to online age verification? Should the FTC be doing something? And does the rollout of the UK's Online Safety Act teach us anything? This is for both of you.
Short answer is, as always, there are conflicting or competing interests. By that I mean benefits to age verification and costs or harms to age verification. And I think some guidance, both from the courts, from the Congress, would help the FTC sort of work through managing their case selection and maybe even rule development in this area. But you know, in my little opening remarks, I said it was important for the Congress to act effectively to oversee the agency, to ask questions about their competence in managing their caseload, their enforcement choices, and such. And part of that is taking account of sort of benefits of conduct where there was also harm, right? So, you know, I don't think the FTC should be in the business of articulating rules that are not supported by the Congress, and age verification is an area where there are sort of competing impulses. So, you know, this is a management question, not an ideological.
Yeah, I actually agree that it shouldn't be an ideological question. The way I think about age verification is not all that different from Bilal. It's complicated. I think there is potential. The idea of a technology that could competently gatekeep around ages while protecting privacy sounds very appealing. The reality of it, it's not clear to me that it meets either of those standards. And one thing the FTC does very effectively and has for a long time, or at least had done very effectively, is police against misrepresentations that companies make about what their product can achieve, either in terms of protecting privacy or adequately assessing age verification. I could see it becoming a valuable tool. I am not yet convinced that we are there. And in the meantime, I worry a lot about an industry that grows up around the promise of what technology can deliver without being able to back up what it actually can. I will also highlight that this was an area, Chair Khan stood up the Office of Technology at the FTC, and that was invaluable for us in thinking about how to parse the claims companies make about what their tech can do, what their products can do, how tech operates in the market, to understand whether they are accurate and live up to the legal standards or not, and whether they instead pose real potential problems about data collection of, for example, like facial data of people. That could be an enormously valuable and dangerous set of data for private companies to hold.
Thank you. Earlier this year, federal agencies made attempts to get sensitive information about public benefits recipients, like SNAP, directly from private companies that play a role in benefits administration, like processing payments and preventing fraud. Do you see this as a problem, and do you see it as something that the FTC can do anything about?
This is an area where I actually think bipartisanship at the FTC can be enormously valuable, because the sort of traditional libertarian and more right-wing concern about concentrated government power fits very well with the more traditional left-wing concern about concentrated private power, because if you don't want the government to have access to data, it's really concerning that they can get it when it is held by 1 or 2 or 3 large companies. So there is an enormous connection there, and where I think there really should be bipartisan effort to think about where concentrated power is fueling oppression, basically, of people, and whether that is coming exclusively from the government or from the government in partnership with concentrated private power, or more exclusively from private power. They clearly work hand in hand, and it's something that I think both our laws and our Constitution and our independent agencies are designed to protect against.
Thank you.
Representative Brody.
Thank you. I'd like to continue on the topic you were just discussing. Commissioner Slaughter, privacy rights are civil rights. We do not have a national consumer privacy law, and almost every day we see reports of new ways in which companies are exploiting our personal information. The vast ecosystem of commercial surveillance and the availability of that data to state actors endangers the most vulnerable in our society: immigrants fearing ICE, victims of domestic abuse, political dissidents, transgender students, religious minorities. Privacy is a load-bearing wall of democracy, and it is crumbling. What specifically should the FTC be doing to protect data privacy beyond whack-a-mole enforcement?
Oh, it's such a great question and such an important issue. Look, Bilal has pointed out, and I think he's correct, that the FTC's tools and resources are limited. That's absolutely correct. I don't think that they should, either of those things should be as limited as they are, but that has to be on Congress to change. One thing I have really focused on is making sure that we are using the tools and the resources that we do have to the best of our ability to address exactly this kind of problem, and to learn from actual data in markets as we have lived in this sort of surveillance age, in order to build out better enforcement. This is why I cared so deeply about the commercial surveillance rulemaking. Both the information collection in the record and using the tools that Congress has given the agency, including MAGMOS rulemaking under Section 18, in order to better address market-wide conduct, not just case-by-case enforcement. And then finally, I'll just add that when the FTC does case-by-case enforcement, it is important that the way cases are resolved is effectively deterrent going forward. So one of the reasons I dissented from the Facebook $5 billion settlement was not because $5 billion is not a lot of money. It is an unfathomable amount of money to me, Becca, the human, but because I did not think it would be a meaningful deterrent to Meta, which basically prints that much money in a very short period of time. And that not only would be a problem for the specific deterrence for Meta, it would be a problem for general deterrence in the market, because other companies would think, okay, I can bake in the cost of a law violation in data collection into my profit model, and it is profitable for me to violate the law. That is not a model that is effective.
And when I think about this intersection between privacy and democracy, I think about one of the most famous Supreme Court cases on this topic was NAACP versus Alabama, which sat at the intersection of privacy, civil rights, and free speech. In that case, where the Alabama Attorney General sought the private membership records of the NAACP so that it could persecute the participants of the Montgomery bus boycott. Mr. Syed, I want to pose the same question to you, and in particular, you spoke earlier about the need for the FTC to have greater resources. What specific resources do you think it should have in this area, including, do you think the Commission should create a Bureau of Privacy and Technology?
So I think they should have more economists, more lawyers, and they effectively have a Bureau of Privacy with DPIP. If they want to call it a bureau instead of a division, fine. If they want to put more resources there, fine. I think the Commission itself cannot address sort of the larger questions about what the right level of privacy is or should be, and that really is a question for Congress. The agency has been, I think, very effective in using the tools it has to develop some laws around privacy or unfair acts and deceptive practices that sort of relate to privacy. But I would, the agency cannot be all things to all issues. And I think we saw in the last administration the effect of expanding their mission without the resources and without managing the resources correctly. And it has left the agency in a very bad position to do even their core, the work that is in their core competency.
So I want to push back on that a little bit.
Of course.
The FTC is the privacy cop on the beat. We don't have another federal agency with more general authority. And
yeah, that's right. That's right. And they're bringing cases. I mean, I don't disagree with you. It's fine.
Thank you. Representative Torres.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to take the conversation back to the notion of, or the topic of, technology, AI, and civil rights. And it's kind of been woven through a lot of our discussion here because it's unavoidable. AI is being used to make decisions from healthcare to education. And it, as we've seen through media reports and other research, the populations that are often most harmed or are most harmed when the AI goes bad, when the decisions are biased or discriminatory, are the populations that at least some of us in Congress still care about. The marginalized communities, black and brown communities, Hispanic communities, the LGBTQ plus community, all harmed because of AI risk. You've mentioned, both of you have mentioned issues with resources, no oversight by Congress, the way this administration has reprioritized the agency, if you will. If you had your way, if resources weren't an issue, if you didn't have all these other constraints, what would you have the FTC do to protect, I would say, not just the vulnerable populations, but as a result of that, all of us from the risk that AI poses? Recognizing the benefits. I don't want to downplay the benefits, but what would you have the FTC do based upon its historical mission? What would you have the FTC do to protect us?
So I think the FTC has a very long and distinguished history of addressing new technologies as they come onto markets and how they fit into the toolbox that the FTC has. And you mentioned, I wrote a law review article about this, about like where algorithmic decision-making, AI decision-making can fit into those various different parts of the toolbox. And I think there are a lot of opportunities for FTC intervention, engagement, study, assessment, providing transparency and accountability to the markets. The thing that I think is most important to caution with is AI, as with other technologies, it's not a magic word. It doesn't, the way I think about it is people sometimes are like, but AI, as though that means necessarily something is fine or necessarily something is evil. It is not. It is a technology. Oh, it did not go off, sorry. It is a technology that is implemented by and controlled by people. And at the end of the day, the accountability continues to need to be with the people who are making the decisions about how to develop, deploy, utilize, and make claims about the technology. And I think that's the thing we need to continue to focus on. We can get very starry-eyed, or whatever the opposite of that is, like angry-eyed about new technologies. And I think going back to having substantive technical expertise that is employed to figure out exactly what is happening, matching those facts up against the relevant law, and treating it like the FTC has various other technological innovations that have entered the market in the past and will enter the market in the future should be the guiding principle.
Mr. Syed, do you have anything to add to that?
Look, I think there is nothing magic about AI in the sense that we ought to change the FTC's mission to the extent more fraud, more deceptive conduct, more harmful conduct of the type sort of the agency is experienced with is occurring because of AI. More resources ought to be devoted to that, either that area or the scale of those activities. Right, criminal activities or harmful activities. But of course, that just requires them to move resources from some other area, right? And it also requires them to proceed, or potentially requires them to proceed without any legal guidance, right, from Congress or other areas. And so the agency is going to be most effective when it focuses on its mission, preventing uncompetitive acts, unfair acts, deceptive acts. And whether it's, that AI creates more opportunities for fraud is a question of scale and sufficiency of resources, right? If you want them to do something else, either more resources or more authority.
Davison.
Thank you, Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back to something, Commissioner Slaughter, that you mentioned, which is the concern about corruption at the FTC. Some of the examples we've discussed of dropped or watered down enforcement actions are also clouded significantly by political donations that are publicly known. For example, both Meta and General Motors contributed $1 million each to the President's Inauguration Fund, and it now appears that the FTC is treading lightly on pending enforcement actions against both companies. In December, Disney settled a broadly meritless defamation lawsuit brought by the president for $15 million, and then 10 months later secured what many experts have considered a favorable settlement with the Trump-Ferguson FTC over COPPA violations, paying out just $10 million, which, as you described it, is the cost of doing business for a company like Disney. So how can consumers trust that the FTC is making enforcement decisions in the public interest when, in this case, Chair Ferguson has enthusiastically surrendered the commission's independence from the president? Doesn't it guarantee essentially a cloud of corruption, whether it's real or perceived, over all of the commission's work?
Yeah, I think that point about real or perceived is a really important one, and it ties back into this question of independence and also the presence of minority commissioners, dissenting voices, transparency, and accountability. There have been decisions that I have made, my colleagues have made, that people disagree with, and they have said, well, it must be corruption, or my colleagues have made and I disagreed with, and people have said, well, it must be corruption. I'll go back, you know what, I'll go back to the Meta $5 billion settlement. Some people who didn't like that settlement, I didn't like that settlement, said there must be corruption. And I could say, because I was there and on the inside with incredible confidence, that I disagreed with it. I thought it was the wrong outcome. I did not think it was corrupt. I did not think there was anything involving pay to play or political favors that was happening there. And it's okay to disagree about outcomes. It is concerning not to be able to trust that they are on the level. And the combination of the just naked deference to political donors and solicitation of donations to fund the literal destruction of the White House, the heavy-handed engagement with traditionally independent agencies, and the removal of independent voices does make it, I think, very difficult for consumers to trust that decisions are being made without fear or favor, and instead, they legitimately suspect that they are being made to do political favors, and when the facts stack up again and again and again in that direction, they are really hard to ignore. So yeah, I find it really concerning and really heartbreaking, because I want to go back. The staff at the agency, I think, continue to work incredibly hard under punishing circumstances. They have been insulted left and right. They have been treated poorly beyond belief, and they show up to work every single day because they believe in the mission of the agency. They are not getting paid. I mean, they have not been getting paid at all recently, and they're certainly not getting paid off to make their decisions. And so one of the things that I find particularly heartbreaking about this lack of trust is that these civil servants, these public servants who are working so hard every day to help their fellow Americans, even their work is called into question because of this patina of corruption that is over everything. And that hurts the people that they're serving, and it hurts them. And that hurts me.
I just want to make one remark. There's absolutely no evidence that any of the leadership of the FTC is acting corruptly. And I just want to be very clear that I don't even support the insinuation that they may be acting corruptly. Now, if the president takes money from all sorts of people, that's too bad, and I don't like it. But there is just no evidence that any of the leadership of the commission is acting in a corrupt manner. And I just don't want to be associated with that while I'm sitting here.
Follow up on that, just to be clear. I was not trying to suggest, and do not mean to suggest, that I have any reason to believe that the FTC's political leadership are taking money themselves. But I do think they have been very clear that they are taking direction from the president, and that they have not even been shy about that. And so where you draw those lines, I think, is complicated. But to me, that continues to be very problematic.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I want to turn my attention specifically to the FTC workshop format, and you may know where I'm going with this one. These workshops have historically been a space where experts and impacted communities have been able to help shape evidence-based policy responses to documented harms that they face. Or they were until... Yeah, that's how I feel about it too. They were until July 9th's workshop titled The Dangers of Gender-Affirming Care for Minors. That event weaponized the agency's Consumer Protection Authority to promote the false and dangerous premise that best practice medical care for transgender youth is a fraudulent practice. It barred public attendance, it excluded dissenting medical experts, and it relied on discredited narratives to justify government interference in deeply personal medical decisions being made between families and their doctors. For an agency to waste its limited resources on attacking transgender people represents misplaced priorities and a moral and institutional failure. So with that, Commissioner Slaughter, workshops are meant to be vehicles for public input and evidence-based policymaking. In your experience, what should a properly run FTC workshop look like, particularly when it comes to ensuring transparency and expert balance and in the inclusion of impacted communities?
Well, I can answer that question actually best by pointing to Bilal sitting next to me, who in his tenure as the director of the Office of Policy Planning organized what, 24? How many workshops? 24 workshops on sort of the 21st century FTC, and worked really hard to ensure that they were balanced, they presented a wide range of perspective, that they were participatory, that the public could be engaged in them. And I thought that that was exactly the model of how things should be done. It is also the model of how things have been done for a very, very long time. And I think Bilal very effectively built on a lot of success and experience of people who came before him to engage in a really big project that I think provided an enormous amount of public value. So I don't know, do you want to take that question?
Yes, please.
Well, look, I'm not going to defend the gender affirming care workshop for some of the reasons you mentioned. I can sort of understand the limitations on transparency because of the potential views of people on both sides of the issue, but I think you try to handle that in some way rather than foreclose participation. On the topic itself, I would put it out at the outer bounds of the agency's authority if it were structured or understood to focus on whether, there was some sort of fraudulent representation, deceptive claims in the representations by folks operating in the medical field. Now, whether the FTC ought to be doing that or some, health agency or health certifying body should be doing it is sort of a different question. But it from the lack of participation by staff of the FTC, it suggests, discomfort across the agency with the topic. And I think, look, the leadership should not be driven by what the staff wants to do, but I think if there is resistance from the staff on a topic that may be very strong, the leadership does itself and the agency no favors if it proceeds on that topic. So, I don't know.
Thank you, and thank you both for your time today.
Over to Representative Lenhart to close us out.
Yeah, thanks everyone. I want to circle back to the way the FTC is using consumer protection law to censor the internet. Chairman Ferguson recently sent letters to major tech companies warning them that it might be an unfair practice for U.S. tech companies to, quote, subject American consumers to censorship by foreign power by applying foreign legal requirements, demands, or direct demands to consumers outside of that foreign jurisdiction. The letter explicitly calls out the European Union's Digital Services Act, which is a law that requires online platforms to be transparent about their safety practices and even set up internal complaint handling systems for users to get content that has been removed potentially reinstated. Can either of you comment on the merit of this argument that following foreign laws, like especially from our allies, and then voluntarily making some product changes globally is an unfair practice?
No, I cannot understand it. I'm listening to it, it doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, I got nothing.
Well, okay, I'll take I don't want to say contrary view. First, I think it's important that there be an expectation, feeling, principle of comity between the U.S. and other agencies or other countries, that we don't basically attack their laws, right? Laws passed by other countries will usually, likely, always have some effect on U.S. citizens, perhaps when you're traveling in that country, perhaps when you're shipping things to or from that country. And it doesn't seem sensible to pick fights with countries over, the choices of their legislature and their courts and parliaments and whatever. I also think that just the Commission involving itself in sort of this censorship and free expression area is interesting, but outside their core competencies, and it would be better not to do that. So, picking a fight with the European Union, even if maybe justifiable on the law, on the concerns, doesn't seem possible. And I'll just give you a counter. When I was at the Commission the first time, and this is a continuing issue, lots of suggestions that the FTC ought to sue OPEC. The reason the Commission didn't do that, and probably the Department of Justice doesn't do that, is recognition of various legal doctrines that would prevent it. But I don't quite see how you can take this different position on these two questions, right? And accept, unless you sort of accept these sort of principles of comity and, other principles that govern international law or interaction with states.
Thank you for that. And yeah, I agree. I agree to some extent. The internet has squishy borders, and my office has been focused on working with the State Department to get strong international agreements, especially around privacy and in support of international research on the information environment and AI systems. And I actually do think it's possible that laws like the Digital Services Act could incentivize changes in platforms' content moderation practices. And it's not clear to me the impact those changes would have on U.S. users and the jurisdiction in the FTC. It seems to me one of the best things we could do right now, Congress, would be to work on legislation to get a better handle on the impact of media laws on the information environment. We could mandate that large platforms share data with researchers in a privacy-centric manner. We could require platforms to report on when they have had to remove content at the request of a government, including U.S. agencies. But we're not working on any kind of thoughtful legislation. Nothing. Meanwhile, the FTC is becoming an apparatus for ensuring conservative ideology goes viral, not protecting consumers, but an ideology. I would like to just quickly close this out. I know I'm between here and lunch, by saying that if there are any members of Congress listening, you do have the power to put things, documents on the record. So you could take the recording from today's hearing, you could take any of the expertise written by witnesses, blog posts, articles, and you could put it on the record. We are in a really unique moment in history, and people will tell the story of this Congress, of this time. And it's important that we document the oversight that didn't happen. Thank you.
Representative Lenhart, did you have something you wanted to put on the record? Today's hearing?
I actually did. I wanted to submit a letter to the Judiciary Committee from Tech Freedom entitled "The FTC's Legal Theories Regarding Hearing on Europe's Threat to American Speech and Innovation," and explain some of that argument we just had. Thank you.
Will be entered on the record.
Appreciate it.
Everybody, especially our witnesses, not just for appearing today, but for modeling how we can see and talk about bipartisan agreement and disagreement civilly and respectfully, and call Congress to account for not doing its oversight work. So thank you again to the witnesses and to all the panelists at today's People's Hearing on the Federal Trade Commission. I know I learned a lot. I hope everybody else did. Next up will be short remarks from Congresswoman Summer Lee, and then lunch will be served. Please come back at 1:30 for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
Hey everyone, Congresswoman Summer Lee here. Thank you to Public Knowledge and Public Citizen for hosting this critical convening. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there with you all in person. We're now, of course, in the longest government shutdown in US history, and so many of us are facing uncertainty. Healthcare costs are set to rise, SNAP benefits hang in the balance, federal workers are going without paychecks, all while we fight against authoritarianism. This unchecked power from the administration reflects what we've been seeing over the past few years. We've witnessed a troubling retreat from corporate enforcement. Under Republican rule, key oversight agencies have scaled back their efforts to conduct oversight over corporate misconduct. This is everything from the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau to the Federal Trade Commission to the Department of Justice. Investigations have been delayed, cases have been dropped, guidance on antitrust practices reversed, and entire categories of violations ignored. And the ones who benefit often have close ties to Trump and those he's allied himself with. The message is unmistakable. If you are wealthy and well-connected, if you donate money to Trump, you can break the rules and get away with it. That's not how a democracy is supposed to work. Public Citizen has done incredible work tracking this corruption and found that 75 corporations under federal investigation collectively gave $91.8 million to Trump's inauguration fund. So far, 11 of those cases have been dropped, another 6 halted. This retreat from enforcement is undermining public trust. It's leaving consumers, workers, and small businesses vulnerable to unchecked abuses of power, data exploitation, and disinformation. The costs are real, and we the people are bearing the brunt of it. So we have to rebuild these watchdog agencies. We have to give them the independence, the resources, and the political backing they need to do their job without fear or favor. That means the watchdogs of the watchdogs too, the inspectors general. As a member of the Oversight Committee, I am dedicated to ensuring federal agencies charged with protecting the public interest are once again working for the American people, not for powerful corporations or political allies. That's why Democrats on the committee will continue to call out the conflicts of interest and the corruption of this administration, and why we've worked on legislation to better protect the inspectors general. Checks and balances are an integral part of our country, and no wannabe dictator is above the law. Not him, not his oligarchs, and not his donors. So today, I recommit to fighting against corruption, to reestablish integrity, transparency, and fairness in federal oversight, and to make sure these agencies once again stand firmly on the side of the people they were created to protect. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Richard Blumenthal, United States Senator from Connecticut. I am truly sorry I can't be with you for this important conversation, but I'm thankful for the opportunity to speak with you in this way. Since taking office, President Trump has led a campaign to augment and expand his own power. He's weaponized federal agencies to benefit his personal interests instead of fighting for the American people. We are in an unprecedented time in our history of government repression and intimidation. This administration has sought to silence critics and suppress dissent. It has weaponized the FCC to chill free speech instead of promoting local journalism and competition. Under this administration, the FTC is retreating from its critical role of protecting consumers from fraud and standing up for workers. Trump is politicizing the agency in ways that have been unimaginable, including by illegally firing 2 FTC commissioners. He's setting up a commission that best serves his interests, not the public's interests. The Trump administration has also attempted to weaken and dismantle the CFPB. As you all know, you can see it in real time. He's gutted the agency to benefit and enrich his billionaire buddies and political supporters. He's prevented critical protections for Americans against deceptive junk fees and predatory lending. Exactly what this agency was supposed to combat, not condone. The weaponizing of these agencies is another step in Trump's relentless strategic campaign in seeking an authoritarian takeover, a totalitarian regime, and an immediate threat to our freedom and democracy. Oversight is needed to call out the misuse of these agencies and to restore accountability for the American people. Through the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, I have demanded information and records from the FCC, the FTC, and all of the other agencies the Trump administration is seeking to degrade and decimate. This unprecedented campaign in weaponizing those agencies must be stopped, and the American people are on our side. The administration has fought and dodged transparency because they know their actions are illegal as well as immoral. I will continue to hold them accountable and seek to shine a light on these abuses and the corruption of this White House. There is a lot of work to be done to combat Trump's power grab. I look forward to working with every one of you to reverse the Trump administration's abuse of power and restore public trust to these critical institutions that you have worked so hard to build and support. And I know you're committed to this fight. The American people need to know we're on their side. Thank you.
Really close. All right. I'm Bart Naylor. I'm from Boise, Idaho. I went K through 12. I'm educated in the great potato state. Actually, our license plate says plenty of free parking. That's what it should say. I'm proudly graduate of Boise High School, which is the oldest high school in Idaho, certainly the oldest high school in Boise, but we had a rival, Bora High School, and they beat us at almost everything. And I really don't like Bora High School. I don't even like to say the word. I went to one of my high school reunions and I met one of my classmates and she married somebody from Bora High School. I thought that was wrong. I think a mixed marriage like that is just unnatural. But I did learn about civics. Bora High School actually is named for one of the more consequential senators from Idaho, William Bora, the Lion of Idaho. He actually had an affair with Alice Roosevelt Longworth, who was married to the Speaker of the House, Nicholas Longworth. There's a House office building. And they had a daughter, and Alice wanted to name her Deborah, but Nicholas threw a hissy fit, so she was named Paulina instead. I did learn about civics and government at Boise High School. I learned that laws are made by men, faith, getting in a room and sharing best ideas, and the best ideas prevailed. And then I came to Washington and found out it was Boise versus Bora. It was our team versus their team, no matter what. Politics unite. Greek word, poly, many, and ticks are blood-sucking insects. I worked for Public Citizen, and we were founded more than 50 years ago by Ralph Nader, who famously wrote a book called Unsafe at Any Speed about how the automotive industry was intentionally building faulty cars. When Harvard law professor Elizabeth Warren conceived what was going to be the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, she wrote a brief paper called Unsafe at Any Rate, homage to Ralph Nader. We at Public Citizen are very proud of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. We worked hard during the passage of Dodd-Frank in 2009 and 2010 to get it enacted. It was not in the original Treasury draft. It had to be shoved down Timothy Geithner's throat and several other lawmakers and policymakers in Washington. And so it is a time of peril and sadness that we are seeing the Trump and Vogt administration gutting the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I was standing in the Longworth office building, and there's banks of elevators, and one of them says, members only. And some visitors were standing next to me, and they wondered, how do you get to be a member? Well, the average winner for Congress spends $2.5 million every 2 years in his political race. That means about $100,000 a month. That means about $5,000 a day. So I am not a congressman, but if I was a congressman, I would not be here right now. I would be at the congressional campaign office dialing for those dollars. Now, I forgot to bring it with me. I think that when the likes of me in real life are up on the dais, we should be wearing our sponsors' patches like a NASCAR driver. So I should be wearing Citigroup and JP Morgan and crypto industry like a NASCAR driver wears Valvoline and Michelin tires and so forth, because that's who they are truly representing. I think it's instructive that the industry, Wall Street writ large, goes so vigorously after the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, because it suggests that their business model needs policing, and they would rather not have the police. We have fine witnesses for you today. I will let them introduce themselves when they give their introductory remarks. We are missing one who has baby trouble, so we won't be hearing from.
My name is Erie Meyer. I'm the former Chief Technologist at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Hi, I'm Jennifer Zhang. I'm a Research Associate at Protect Borrowers, and prior to that, I was a Director's Financial Analyst at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
Hi, everyone. Christine Chen-Zinner with the Alliance for Justice. They're a Federal Research and Advocacy Director.
And you have an opening statement, please.
I remember the time, is this on? Hello? Okay, great. I remember the time very clearly before the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau existed. I grew up in Columbus, Ohio, in one of the zip codes most devastatingly hit by the financial crisis. Families that I'd known my entire life lost their homes in in what wasn't a single person making a mistake, but an entire system snapping in half. It was devastating to see entire communities breaking apart, families losing hope, and kids losing their homes when the companies that were helping run the country could have been held to account in time to make it right. Working at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, I was lucky enough to be one of the first 40 people who worked there. I showed up before it was an agency because I knew how urgent it was to make sure this never happened again. My little sister is a service worker in New Orleans, and my big brother drives a forklift in Columbus, Ohio. Many of the people that I grew up with, the people I call family and friends, are describing a set of experiences and systems today that are reflecting the same kind of fear, terror, and financial ruin that we heard directly before the creation of the CFPB. This should not be the case. Agencies like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau exist to investigate these issues, address them with prospective policy and research, enforce the laws that are on the books, and hold these companies to account. It is inconceivable that we could know where we will end up without agencies like CFPB being able to do their job. It is unacceptable that we are there today. And as more families, whether they're waiting in line for food from a food bank, desperately trying to get their own bank to pick up the phone, or trying to figure out how to get a human to respond to them at a big tech company that's trying to take over their finances, are left with no one there to help, even though the law of the land says today there should be a large team of people fighting on their behalf. Finally, I'll wrap with giving you a peek behind the curtain of what it's like at the Bureau today. Imagine you've spent your life studying, researching, thinking, listening to, and focusing on consumers who get trapped in broke systems. Imagine that when your phone rings, it's a veteran or a single parent or a senior citizen who needs help. Now imagine that Russ Vought sent you home and told you not to answer that phone. Imagine he told you that you would be professionally disciplined if you looked into the pattern of conduct you were hearing through complaints. Imagine he is saying in court that, of course, the Bureau will continue to exist, and then in the news that it'll be gone in 2 to 3 months. My beloved former colleagues, who are some of the most brave and courageous patriots that I've ever known, are being tortured by having a front row seat to the financial ruin people are experiencing across this country and having their hands tied. It's an honor to be here today. I'm sorry it's for an awful reason. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the past 15 years since its creation, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the CFPB, kept people safe from financial exploitation and misconduct. This small but mighty consumer protection agency held banks, payday lenders, big tech firms, and other financial institutions accountable when they scammed, misled, and hurt everyday people. Created as part of the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, the CFPB helped return $21 billion to over 200 million individuals through restitution and canceled debts, as well as through its supervisory and enforcement actions. Dodd-Frank, from the words of an activist on the ground, Lisa Donner, Dodd-Frank stopped a decades-long role of deregulation, set critically important new standards, and was the most significant set of new rules for finance since the Great Depression. Up until the recent dismantling of the Consumer Protection Agency, the CFPB enforced federal financial and fair lending laws. The agency's meaningful regulatory enforcement and oversight offered a layer of accountability that fostered consumer confidence and allowed for a more competitive and fair financial marketplace. The CFPB clearly signaled and financial institutions clearly understood that financial predation and other unfair, deceptive, and abusive acts and practices would not be tolerated. The resulting financial system, one that the CFPB tried to keep more fair, transparent, and stable, allowed individuals and their families to afford to pay their bills and even generate some savings. People were able to exist in an economy and within a financial system that did not force them to have to choose between either paying off groceries or paying off junk fees. And households could afford to make rent and mortgage payments and also save for their retirement. Fast forward to this moment. The CFPB, where it is allowed to work, has taken an opposite approach. It sides with industry efforts to undermine consumer protection laws and has failed to hold financial institutes accountable when they rip people off. Instead of fighting predatory, abusive, and illegal conduct, this CFPB has supported by an industry-friendly Congress and hand-picked industry-friendly courts, has rolled back countless of consumer protections, and dropped dozens of enforcement cases involving financial abuses and misconduct. There are even instances where this CFPB has gone back to court to try to undo previously settled cases. And just as previous deregulation and unchecked financial predation led to conditions that resulted in the devastating 2008 financial crisis, our current deregulatory agenda may end up with similarly disastrous results. Meanwhile, we've seen an increase in junk fee-laden layaway type plans for everyday expenses, for food delivery, for groceries, all of which suggest significant economic problems, maybe even more severe to come. And this is why today I want to leave everyone in this room feeling some hope. This is why it's so important for us to keep doing this consumer advocacy work. This is why it's really important for state regulators, for state AGs, and other state enforcement agencies to be able to push for vigorous enforcement of consumer protections at the state and local levels. Without meaningful and complementary regulation at the federal level, a lot of the communities that we've seen, especially historically marginalized communities, working families living paycheck to paycheck, and people of color who were hurt before, will once again bear the brunt of the ensuing financial devastation, just as they did in 2008.
Flipping through an analog binder over here. Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and thank you to Public Knowledge and the Electronic Privacy Information Center for organizing this event. As I said earlier, my name is Jennifer Zhang, and until earlier this year, I was a Director's Financial Analyst at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I served in both the Director's Front Office, the Enforcement Division's Quantitative Analytics team, and the Student Loan Ombudsman's team. Working at the CFPB was my dream job. I grew up in a small town powered by sandstone mining and dairy farming, and I spent many hours as a kid translating for my mother when she called customer service or my family's immigration lawyer. Because of that, I knew the power of being able to translate people's experiences into the language of law and policy, and that's what I did at the CFPB. I helped draft legally mandated reports to Congress. I documented how student loan servicers routinely fail millions of borrowers and push them further into debt. I helped expose how school lunch payment processors extract junk fees from working families. And I helped return millions of dollars to defrauded veterans through enforcement actions. Unfortunately, all of that work came to a grinding halt when I was illegally fired the night before Valentine's Day alongside over 100 fellows and probationary employees. We were fired by Russ Vogt, the author of Project 2025. Since April, I have served as a research associate at Protect Borrowers, which is a national nonprofit organization fighting to build an economy where debt does not limit opportunity. In some ways, my journey over the past year mirrors the origin story of where I now work. Protect Borrowers was founded in 2018 as the Student Borrower Protection Center by a group of senior policy advisors who left the CFPB during the first Trump administration, after it became clear that it had no interest in protecting student loan borrowers, nor in enforcing the laws on the books against companies that defraud students and families. That same story has played out again under the second Trump administration. Except on top of abandoning millions of working families across this country, they are taking every effort to eliminate an agency established by Congress in violation of federal laws and federal court orders. As Erie mentioned, they've evicted from their offices and soon may stop paychecks for the dedicated federal workers who protect Americans from abuse, deception, and fraud by lenders, banks, and fintechs. Now, what does that mean for hardworking Americans all over this country? It means they have already lost out on over $15 billion in savings from the Trump administration overturning rules that would have provided economic relief by capping overdraft and credit card late fees. It means that Americans are losing out on $3 billion in restitution from the corporate pardoning of repeat offenders like Capital One, JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo. It means that Americans are losing out on $100 million in restitution checks from the student loan giant Navient, which the CFPB sued and banned from servicing federal student loans after it illegally steered borrowers into more expensive repayment plans and robbed them of their chance at cancellation. Since the beginning of the Trump administration, the CFPB has refused to issue any of these checks to the borrowers that Navient harmed. It also means that Americans will be left to fend for themselves if they experience issues with their student loans or a private student lender, because there is no longer a CFPB student loan ombudsman, a role that is required to be filled under law. In total, the CFPB has dropped 40 enforcement actions against companies who illegally defrauded, took money from, or otherwise harmed millions of Americans. In the student loan space, this included a case against the Pennsylvania Higher Education Assistance Agency, or FIA, for servicing errors and denying borrowers payment relief during the COVID-19 pandemic. And it included a case against the National Collegiate Student Loan Trusts, or NCSLT, for collecting debts from borrowers without proof that they even owed it. According to a recent Forbes investigation, the closure of the CFPB in all but name and the elimination of the possibility of enforcement means that companies are already taking longer to respond to consumer complaints or not doing so at all. In short, the Trump administration's actions at the CFPB signal to banks and lenders that it's open season for defrauding and taking advantage of working families. And they have sent this signal while simultaneously pushing millions of Americans into more debt. As a result of the cruel actions by this administration and their allies in Congress, Americans may now have millions of dollars in medical debt back on their credit reports, and their health insurance premiums are set to double next year. Working families are navigating a cost of living crisis, racking up record levels of credit card and buy now, pay later debt to pay for everyday essentials like food, housing, and gas. 16 million Americans will lose their health care, and 22 million families will lose food assistance due to the unprecedented cuts to Medicaid and SNAP in the One Big Beautiful Bill, which is now law. Millions of students will have to pay more and depend more on a predatory private student loan market because of cuts to federal financial aid. And let's not forget that all of those cuts were passed in order to give trillion-dollar tax breaks to billionaires and corporations, many of which are the very big tech and fintech companies that only the CFPB has the federal power to regulate. The evidence is clear. The Trump administration's gutting of the CFPB leaves millions of Americans with less money, fewer protections, and one less place to turn when banks and financial companies defraud them. Thank you.
The chair will now recognize himself for a period of time not to exceed 7 minutes. Is that right? 7 minutes to ask some questions. Ms. Zhang, it depresses me that you are no longer at the CFPB. I'm sure you're doing fine work there, but I appreciate your energy. And let me begin with a question for you that begins actually with a confession. And that is, sometimes I violate the law. It happens on a highway, and there's a speed limit, and I will occasionally go over that speed limit. I usually will try not to be the fastest car on the road, thinking that if there is a police officer, he's going to pull over the fastest guy. I'll be less than that. But it is true, sometimes I go over 65. miles an hour. If I do see a police officer, then I slow down. I wonder if my confession relates now that Russ Vogt has thinned the CFPB down to 100? How many people work there? Very few. Yeah, they're all not there. Does the absence of financial cops invite predators, Ms. Zhang?
I guess this works. Yes, it very much does. And I think one of the first places we would look to see if that is actually happening across the economy is what is happening to CFPB complaints. Those are the lifeblood of the CFPB. They're the place where when you have an issue with your credit card company, your mortgage lender, any other financial institution, you can tell them your situation and actually get it resolved. And what we are seeing, according to a recent report by American Banker, is that CFPB complaints have jumped 130% in the first 6 months of this year compared to the same period in 2024. Another Forbes investigation, as I mentioned, found that companies are already taking longer to respond to consumer complaints or not doing so at all. And you know, since these complaints are what feed the supervision process, the enforcement process, and we know they're no longer doing supervisory exams or enforcement actions, there is less of an incentive for them to actually address these issues.
Second question on junk fees. I'm hoping each of you can address that. How prevalent are they? The CFPB had a solution. What was that, and how useful would that proposed solution be?
The CFPB did broad work to uncover junk fees in the economy, look at what we could do about them, and crack down. There are enforcement actions that have now been rolled back. There were research reports that have disappearing from being online. People are furious. When you pay for something and all of these additional fees are being tacked on for the big benefit of nothing, not only do people not have anywhere to turn, no one is going upstream and stopping them before they land in people's accounts. It's particularly pernicious, again, in communities of service members and veterans who are predated and targeted for these fees, as well as seniors, families. It's a brutal way to trap people who are trying to do the right thing into higher costs in a way that feels impossible to fight and absolutely is without the benefit of CFPB at your back.
And adding to what the other two witnesses have already talked about, one of the really unfortunate side effects of dropping so many of these enforcement cases, there were a couple of cases where the CFPB really had saw some abusive practices, some deceptive practices. There was one where, a lot of us, when we sign up for a race, when we enroll our child in a summer camp, we use Active as one of the frameworks to pay those fees, and a lot of people have no idea that, by clicking a box to sign on to the program, they've now signed up for a year's worth of junk fees, right? And the CFPB had previously gone after this kind of misconduct, and by dropping cases like that, it's just signaling to the industry, hey, it's okay to take advantage of people. No one's going to go after you for that kind of predatory conduct. And unfortunately, that means we are now left having to fend for ourselves, being on the lookout for the junk fees ourselves, because if someone takes advantage of the average everyday consumer, no one's going to be out watching for them, taking care of them.
Thanks. Final question on the One Big Beautiful Bill. You made reference to this, Ms. Zhang, but I'm wondering if you can expand on new risks that will be created for Americans because the CFPB has been muzzled under this One Big Beautiful Bill.
Yeah, I like to call it the big ugly bill, so I'll be using that moniker going forward. But a lot of what that bill does is ultimately increase costs for working families. When you cut SNAP, how are people supposed to pay for their groceries or food for their kids? When you cut Medicaid, where are they supposed to turn out that their health insurance is much more expensive? Or, God forbid, they now no longer have health insurance and you have some kind of medical accident, and then you're suddenly in thousands of dollars in medical debt. The combination that is so dangerous here is that this administration is actively raising costs in the most callous way imaginable for working families after running on addressing the cost of living crisis that we're in. And when costs have been raised and you can't afford your day-to-day expenses, where are you going to turn? Lenders. If you have, not a ton of assets and your credit score isn't that great, you might only have payday lenders to look to. So now people are going to have to take out more loans, and those lenders are going to be less regulated. They have less reason to try to scrupulously follow the laws because they know the CFPB is not there to make them do it.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Councilor Wu.
Thank you, Chair Nadler. Can you hear me? Medical debt. There was a lot of discussion about increasing healthcare costs and the consequence of those costs, which is medical debt. Ms. Zinner, about 15 million Americans have medical debt on their credit reports. And often this medical debt is the result of things like insurance disputes or billing errors. Now, the previous CFPB, in recognition of the dysfunction of medical debt on credit reports, issued a rule prohibiting their appearance on credit reports. Not only has this CFPB agreed to vacate that rule, it has now moved to invalidate the laws of 15 states that protect their residents from medical debt on their credit reports. Yet a recent poll from Undo Medical Debt found that 81% of voters supported a rule that would prohibit medical debt on credit reports. Tell me, is medical debt predictive of whether someone will pay a loan or credit card? Do people choose to get medical debt?
Nobody chooses to get a surprise heart attack and be saddled with tens of thousands of dollars worth of debt. And this is why the CFPB and so many other studies continue to confirm that medical debt is not like any other type of debt. It has no predictive value. It has no bearing on whether or not someone will repay that loan. And a lot of it also has to do with the fact that sometimes the insurance has billed someone incorrectly, or sometimes, a person may not really have been offered that service, and now they find themselves with this debt that could impact their credit score for years and years. And that's why the CFPB thought this rule was so important. It would, take away the burden of unjust medical debts for 15 million people living in the United States, and it was an incredibly important rule. It would have helped tens of thousands of people be able to have higher credit scores, because the medical debt that was left on their credit report would have unjustly lowered their scores, would have done a great deal. And fortunately, as you had mentioned, Congresswoman Wu, there are 15 states that are filling in the gap and passing those protections at the state level.
Thank you, Ms. Zinner. So, Ms. Zinner or any of the witnesses on the panel, continuing on the theme of dysfunction in credit reports, Ms. Zhang talked about the spike in consumer complaints this past year. A lot of that spike is complaints about credit reporting. 2.7 million complaints. 85% of the complaints filed with the CFPB were about credit reports or other specialty reports such as tenant screening or background checks. Is anything being done to help these consumers with these complaints?
Unfortunately, no. Right now, if an American has something that's wrong on their credit report, they can't fix it, something completely out of their own control that is limiting their family from buying a home, even moving into an apartment or getting a job, and there's something just completely incorrect, other than filing a complaint at the CFPB, there's nothing. When you could be, my family lives in Alabama. If my family in Alabama has this problem and they find out when they're applying for a loan, and they go even to their state attorney general's office, they send people to the CFPB. If you are in Texas and you call your member of Congress and say something's wrong on my credit report, and Equifax won't respond, they send you to CFPB. It doesn't matter who you are or where you are. We were the only place where the buck stopped to get people an answer and get some help on these horrific problems with credit reports that are really destroying people's financial lives. Not only are people sending, your only place to go is to the CFPB, the team that would work on investigating credit reporting for enforcement actions has been forced to go home. They're being forced to not work. The team that would do supervisory activity to look under the hood and catch a problem before it lands in your, in your credit score, they're being sent home. They're being forced not to work. And again, the problems are not just bad, they're not just worse than ever, they're exploding as we see this affordability crisis.
The chair now recognizes Congresswoman Liddy from the
Consumer Federation of America. There's a lot of acronyms in our world, as you guys know. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. You know, I've been a consumer protection lawyer for 15 years, which means that I haven't really existed in a world that didn't have the CFPB. And one of the first cases that I worked on when I was practicing had to do with a foreclosure rescue scammer. And this guy, I kid you not, his name was Howard Schmuckler. He conned our very unsuspecting client into paying him instead of her mortgage, and he ended up stealing her house. But this is one example of a massive problem, which is why we created the CFPB, right? Toxic mortgages, abusive lending. We recognized that it was this earth-shattering problem that literally melted down our economy. Ms. Meyer talked about this in her opening, but you know, we spent billions of dollars dealing with the massive fallout from a preventable crisis. We tried to keep people in their homes, and then also think about how we could prevent a crisis of this scale, or any scale really, from happening again. And I bring this up because it is just so ironic to think about one of the particular problems that I've been paying attention to, which is zombie second mortgages. In the early 2000s, folks were getting into these 80-20 mortgages where they financed their down payment and the rest of the payment on their house. So a lot of these second mortgages were forgotten about. Lenders told families they were canceled. They sent them tax documents that said this has been canceled and you don't need to pay it. And then what happened? 15 years passed, home values started to go back up. Enter debt buyers and debt collectors who have literally purchased these debts for pennies on the dollar and kicked people out of their houses. And what has the CFPB's response to this been? To shut down, right? Stop helping people. So are any of you familiar with any public reporting about whether the CFPB was investigating this problem before the shutdown? Public reporting.
Because of all the concerns and what they had been finding. And you know, the things that led to the creation of the CFPB in the first place, it started out with these really risky, bad mortgage products. And so it would make sense that they would be very astutely aware of the risks of these types of terrible products and when it comes to home buyers. And so they were investigating recurrence of these types of practices.
Yeah, and go ahead, Erie. Yeah, and I think that same reporting from Bloomberg also indicated that everything has been put on hold. Ms. Zhang, you talked about this, that enforcement and supervision has been completely ground to a halt. So can we talk about exactly what are the risks of letting this particular conduct, this aggressive illegal debt collection, go unaddressed?
What happens when someone has an aggressive debt collector trying to collect an illegal debt is devastating to a family. Whether it's the end of answering your phone, whether it's being afraid to open your mail, whether it's wondering what's really out there, all of the data is a mess, is this even ours, what can I do? Not having the federal government agency that the voters asked for by having a Congress that passed Dodd-Frank means that you're on your own. People have heard of loan sharks. You know, the idea of a debt collector doesn't always make people smile, but that is a really scary proposition for families where the debt especially is connected to their homes, where they can't get a straight answer, when the people you would even ask, well, wait a second, what's going on, are the debt collectors themselves? Are you going to turn to the credit reporting agencies and try to get an answer? It's devastating, and this is why it's the law of the land that an agency should be carefully monitoring conduct like this, stopping it, and prosecuting the people who are violating the law. I will say that when the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is allowed to function, we have an extraordinary team that looks at escalated complaints in our complaint system. If a family, whether it's a zombie second mortgage or anything where a family has been threatened with imminent foreclosure and you file a complaint for help, a team leaps into action. They immediately start working on this to make sure that your family gets the help you need. And by the way, the help you need is just enforcing the law. All of this stuff is the law of the land already. A law that is on the books but is not actually true for families is devastating. And we heard in the court filings on the case NTEU versus Resfaten CFPB that at least 75 families were stuck in limbo when the complaint system was snapped in half by DOGE. We have no idea. There's no public reporting on whether or not those 75 families are out of the limbo and have gotten help. Did they lose their homes? Are there more people stuck in the limbo? Were those second mortgages? What exactly is going on? And again, part of what is so horrific is that we already decided as a country that there should be a place to go for exactly this kind of help, and right now there is not.
So my next line of questioning, thank you for that, Ms. Meyer. My next line of questioning is for you, Ms. Zhang, because you talked at length in your opening about student loan borrowers, which of course are another major reason why we have a Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Can you talk a little bit more about some of these enforcement actions that have been dropped, is a light word, I'll say they've been pardoned, right? The agency is literally giving out pardons to these companies for violating the law, and the impact that that has on student loan borrowers, especially with the dumpster fire that is happening in the Department of Education.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, FIA is a major student loan servicer that committed various servicing errors and refused to give people relief that they were legally entitled to during the COVID-19 pandemic. The CFPB brought a case against them, and that case has now been dropped. Another case against the National Collegiate Student Loan Trusts, or NCSLT, they are a set of 15 securitization trusts that purchase private student loan debt after it's been originated. And what happened was they would file these really aggressive lawsuits in small claims courts against borrowers claiming you owe us this debt. And they couldn't even provide the documentation to prove that they actually owed that debt. These are really basic rules and principles that the CFPB was trying to enforce. And the absence of the CFPB and the complete abdication of this, I'm also happy to speak to the Navient case as well in a bit, it really is just a betrayal of the millions of families and students who cannot afford the cost of higher education in this country.
Thank you.
Thank you. On to a second round. I used to work for the Teamsters and was privileged to rub shoulders with people who actually did real work. I have trouble driving my own computer, let alone a big truck. And it's been pretty discouraging to me to see that a lot of these Teamsters, brothers and sisters, are Trump supporters. And I want to spend time with them and tell them, you know, he says he's for the working man, but just take a look at what he's done, he and Russ Vought have done to the CFPB. And one of the most outrageous things, I think, are these pardons that you're talking about. The CFPB does make news. It does actually make news about enforcement cases, and the news is when they're giving pardons to these corporations who have ripped off people. Ms. Zhang, can you talk about how much money has been taken back from people, victims, and given to the predators?
Yeah, by our estimates as of June of this year, the Trump administration has already cost Americans over $18 billion from both blocking various CFPB rules and preventing the return of restitution that people are entitled to through enforcement actions. One of the biggest things they did, which cost people $10 billion in savings, was declining to protect a CFPB rule, which would have capped credit card late fees at $8. And mind you, they did this after running on capping credit card interest rates, which they don't seem to be doing. In addition to the $10 billion, families are losing out on $5 billion from a Trump administration and Republican-led overturning of the CFPB rule capping overdraft fees at $5. Turning to the question of corporate pardons, people are losing out on $3 billion from these pardons of repeat offenders like Capital One, which cheated savings account holders out of $2 billion in interest, as well as Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, and Wells Fargo after they cost Americans nearly $1 billion due to Zelle fraud that they failed to address.
Thank you. And Ms. Zinner, I'm wondering if you can expand on some of these specific cases. Ms. Zhang mentioned Zelle, Heights Finance, some other ones.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate that there were enforcement cases that were dropped from some of the most egregious conduct, especially conduct that was kind of instituted against folks who are pretty in vulnerable places. So one example of this is they dropped an enforcement case against Heights Finance. This was like, they had brick and mortar payday loan shops across the country, across the South. And this payday lender knew that many of its customers would not be able to pay back the loans that they were giving out at egregious rates. And they still made these loans knowing that their customers weren't going to be able to pay back these loans and would end up in these terrible debt traps. So they would drop cases like that. They dropped cases against Vanderbilt Mortgage and Finance, for example. This is financing for manufactured homes. And they would create these loans that, again, they knew weren't going to be paid back. There was no way that they could be afforded to pay back. And again, it's going after, previously the CFPB was going after conduct that hurt some of the most vulnerable communities that we've seen. And by dropping it, it signals that, hey, it's okay to do these things. It's okay to trick vulnerable communities, people living paycheck to paycheck, because likely they won't be able to have the means to get a lawyer to fight for them. And the CFPB was the everyday person's lawyer, and now, unfortunately, they're seeming to side with industry a lot more.
Thank you. Back to you, Ms. Zhang. I remember looking through some of the exhibits during the Navient settlement, and there were instructions to the loan servicing people to delay, like not answer the question or put them on hold for 10 minutes at a time, just really being abusive. I'm wondering, there was a $100 million settlement that Navient paid to the CFPB. What's happened to that?
Well, thank you for raising this case, and I want to give some additional background on it because I think it's really particularly egregious. The Navient case was filed under the first Trump administration. It was filed in 2017. And in addition to some of the issues that you mentioned, they illegally steered borrowers into different forbearances so they couldn't qualify for student loan cancellation. They promised people that if you fulfill these certain obligations, you'll have your cosigners released, and then they didn't do that. There's a whole range of abuses that they committed. 7 years later, in 2024, justice was finally served upon them when, as you mentioned, the $100 million they were forced to pay. And now where is that sitting? It's literally sitting, according to reporting by Reuters, in a CFPB bank account. And this new second Trump administration and Russ Vogt are simply refusing to cut the checks.
Thank you. Turning to Councilor Wu.
Thank you, Chair Naylor. So we've talked a lot today about some industries that we know can be very terrible and abusive to consumers. Student loan servicers, mortgage companies, credit reporting agencies, debt collectors. But I wanted to talk about an industry that's a little bit more shadowy, that we don't know as much about, data brokers. These companies that collect reams of data about all of us, behind the scenes, without our knowledge, without our consent, and then use that data, weaponize it against us, again, without our knowledge. In late 2024, the CFPB tried to do something about this world of shadowy data brokers, tried to help consumers by bringing them under the purview of the Fair Credit Reporting Act, which is the law that governs credit bureaus and other consumer reporting agencies. Then, in May 2025, the vote-led CFPB withdrew this proposal. So, any of the witnesses, can you talk about some of the harms that this rule was going to address, some of the weaponization that it sought to prevent, and what does this withdrawal mean?
Thank you for the question. The rule that the Bureau drafted was designed to crack down on stalkers, scammers, and spies. This is not some sort of, some sort of controversial approach. It was explosively bipartisan in that we don't want to give domestic abusers, we don't want people who are targeting seniors with Alzheimer's, and we don't want to give nation-state actors who are targeting American service members undue access to information. Members of Congress from both parties will talk all day long about concerns about the abuses of data brokers, and what we put forth was using very old law to apply that existing law to how the market actually works today. I want to give you all an example. We had a case, this was the Department of Justice, but I think is instructive to how some of these companies operate, where they found data brokers that were purchasing lists of senior citizens with diminished capacity. They specifically were looking for people they could trick. The data brokers themselves knew that the people they were selling to were scammers. They have in the record, say, well, these guys are scammers, should we still give them this list of vulnerable seniors? And they decided as a business decision, yes, let's do it. Not only did they target those seniors, they used those seniors to refine an algorithm to target even more. If your grandparents were lucky enough to not be on the first list, the conduct of data brokers that help scammers make more and more sophisticated targeting means that it won't be long until your grandparents are on that list, no matter where they are. It should not be an American business model to serve seniors up as red meat to people who want to take their money and run. And it's not. Again, the Fair Credit Reporting Act is long-standing law that was designed to protect against exactly this conduct, and it was cowardly, weak, and putrid for the modern CFPB to walk away from a rule that was already written, bipartisan, and would have protected, again, against stalkers, scammers, and spies.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. So, speaking of things that are putrid and awful, we have some late-breaking news that I wanted to ask a question about. Just today, we received news that the CFPB has issued a proposal to remove the disparate impact standard from Regulation B that implements the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. This is a terrible development. I wanted to ask our witnesses to explain why it's a terrible development, what the disparate impact standard is, and what it means for civil rights and justice in the country not to have it.
Thank you so much for flagging that development, and it's so unfortunate because one of the big jobs of the CFPB is to enforce fair lending laws like the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. And just to remind everyone, the 2008 financial crisis stemmed in large part from that explosion of subprime mortgage products and the financialization of these products. And at the time, decades of systemic racism coupled with racist policies and practices within that financial services marketplace contributed to the harm, right? Folks who were trying to buy a home, if you were a consumer of color, you were more likely to be offered a terrible mortgage product, one that was riskier, one that offered more financial predation, even if you qualified for a regular mortgage. And it was exactly this type of harm that the ECOA Regulation B had protections not just against outward racism, because I think people are smarter now. No one's going to be outwardly racist, but maybe in this day and age they might be. But there was also this idea of, if you're going to have a disparate impact, that's also harm, and that also needs protection. And so to get rid of this layer of protection for disparate harm and disparate impact is going to create a lot of extra risk, and it could lead to some of the factors that we saw that contributed to the last 2008 financial crisis.
For people who were younger than me, my mom wasn't allowed to have a bank account in her own name when she was a young woman. This is not ancient history. The announcement that comes out today not only is an abdication of the obligations that are on the books today, it's taking us back. To have to look at the types of harm and, frankly, outrageous discrimination that our mothers faced, and to be barreling back towards that state of affairs is extremely, extremely concerning. And I want to point out that, to Ms. Zimmer's point, this won't be like when my mom would be sent back out of a bank for asking. This will be under the sheen of AI. This will be behind the screen of, it was just like this proprietary algorithm that said you weren't creditworthy. And that becomes even more difficult to detect. And let's say an administration that cares about discharging the law faithfully someday is in charge of the country again. There will be untold financial harm that we will never be able to fully quantify, that families of color, women, all sorts of minorities experience and will never be able to recover from because of the long tail of the impact of denying people financial opportunity.
Ms. Whitty.
Thank you. Well, speaking of riddled with structural racism and discrimination, I'd like to talk about buying a car. Auto lending has been an incredible source of distress for borrowers this year, but historically. There's also been a great deal of research about how almost every aspect of buying and owning a car costs more for women, for people of color, than it does for their white counterparts, basically, or for men. So this is particularly alarming, and especially when you layer it with the distress that we're seeing in the auto lending market. Americans owe $1.6 trillion on their car loans. Auto loan delinquencies are skyrocketing. Repossessions are the highest that they've been in 15 years. And nearly 20% of auto borrowers are underwater on their car loans. So it's not surprising that this year, so far, the CFPB has received more complaints already in 2025 than it has in any other year since its existence. And yet, Ms. Zinner, can you share with us a little bit about, or others can share a little bit about how the CFPB is responding to this crisis, and specifically with respect to supervision? Are they going really gung-ho on auto loan supervision? Are they starting to scale that back just a bit?
Just a bit would be an understatement. Unfortunately, the CFPB is now trying to scale back its supervision efforts nearly entirely. We're so distressed right now to hear that the CFPB has proposed rulemaking that would completely take away their supervisory authority when it comes to subprime auto lenders. And this is incredibly concerning given what the other witnesses here have talked about with this big, brutal bill. It's going to leave a lot of families very much strapped for cash. They're not going to have as easy of a time being able to make their auto payments, and if they're having to rely on, subprime auto lending without subprime auto loans, without protections, without any kind of supervision by the CFPB, with no one to watch out for them when they're subjected to a bunch of junk fees, really predatory terms, that really will leave a lot of families in a bind, especially families who may not have a house. They can't afford a house, but the auto purchase is one of the largest purchases they make, and to now be exposed to this new layer of predation is really, really concerning.
I have another follow-up question that others can chime in on as well. About another response to the CFPB about the auto lending crisis was to give one of its corporate pardons to Toyota Motor Credit Corporation. Toyota, fun fact, is a CFPB repeat offender. We talked about discrimination in auto loans, and they were one of the companies that the CFPB found was discriminating against minority borrowers. Toyota, though, has not really upped its game very much and developed a system where it would tell consumers that if they wanted to cancel an add-on product, these $1,000 products that were sold to them at the dealership, they didn't really know about it. If they wanted to cancel that with Toyota, Toyota created a dead-end phone hotline where Toyota had an internal policy to say they've got to ask 3 times, and only then will you tell them that they actually have to go in person to try to cancel it at a dealership. And the CFPB's response to this was to let Toyota line up for a handout. What message do you think that this sends to other auto lenders?
There's no accountability for shady business practices. I mean, literally putting in a phone line where you're tricking people and you're forcing them into getting products that are incredibly costly with terrible financial terms attached to them and not letting them get out of it, and breaking the law and not holding corporations like Toyota accountable, especially such a well-known company in America. For them to be able to get away with this sends a signal, hey, if the folks at the top are allowed to do this and get away with it, why wouldn't we try as well?
That is fairy tale troll activities to make you answer 3 riddles before you can get an answer.
As I was saying it, that's what I was thinking of.
And I'll tell you what, Toyota may have gotten caught and then got this handout for a corporate pardon, but part of what is troubling, if you look in the consumer complaint database today, Tesla's doing the same thing. Many auto lenders, and you can read the consumer complaints, they're public in the public database. They describe calling Tesla to say, there's this weird fee that I can't get rid of, or can someone even just explain to me what it is? And they literally hang up on you. Again, if you call your member of Congress, if you call your governor, if you call your state AG, they send you back to the CFPB. What are people supposed to do?
Do you think there's any motivation to investigate Tesla right now at the CFPB? Maybe I'll leave that one rhetorical.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Final round of questions. Americans are concerned about affordability. Trump campaigned on it, on the price of eggs, I guess. What does the muzzling, the bridling of the CFPB do for affordability? I open it up to anyone.
The Trump administration is putting the hands in the pockets of the people, taking money out and handing it back to the corporations that broke the law to steal it in the first place.
I mean, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, their cuts to SNAP are going to push 22.3 million families to lose some or all of their benefits. Their cuts to Medicaid and changes to the ACA are going to push 16 million Americans off their health insurance. And we know from the recent shutdown fight that their health insurance premiums are likely to double next year. And I think there's already a lot of very troubling indicators of financial distress, which Aaron touched on a bit earlier. One particular market that I do want, selfishly because Protect Borrowers is focusing on many different kinds of credit, one emerging kind of credit that we should look at is buy now, pay later lenders. Lenders like Affirm, Klarna, Afterpay. And what we've seen is that as of 2025, half of Americans have taken out a BNPL loan, according to recent data by LendingTree, compared to just 1 in 5 Americans in 2022. That is really explosive growth for this relatively new and not so regulated product. A recent poll that Protect Borrowers put out with the Groundwork Collaborative found that among BNPL users, 1 in 4 are using it to cover rent. 1 in 3 are using it to pay for groceries. 1 in 3 are using it to cover payments on another debt. And as BNPL usage is going up, we are seeing, according to recent data from the New York Federal Reserve Bank, that delinquency rates on credit cards and auto loans are the highest they have been since the aftermath of the Great Recession. So people are financially hurting because of the affordability crisis. as I've said, they're going to turn to lenders to try to make ends meet, and now the lenders have no incentive to try to follow the laws that the CFPB would be enforcing against them.
I was the head of investigation for the United States Senate Banking Committee during the savings and loan crisis. And there are many pathologies behind that, but one of them was that there was a law change that said that the owner of a savings and loan could also be a developer. He could build stuff. He could basically lend money to himself. Now, the genius of American banking is that commerce and banking are supposed to be separate so that the lender has no interest in anything other than your success as a borrower. Well, by allowing developers into buying a savings and loan, there was no break on that at all. They were going to say yes to anything that they wanted to develop. And the savings and loans blew up largely in the Southwest, but throughout the United States. And the Americans, taxpayer had to bail them out with billions of dollars. What led to the 2008 crisis is also debatable and complicated, but one of them is we allowed banks to join their commercial lending operation with their securities underwriting operation. So in other words, there was this mortgage securitization machine where you had mortgages, they were packaged into securities, and then they were sold to anybody. They were sold to pension funds, they were sold to the Irish sovereign fund, et cetera. Now, the securitization generated a lot of fees, but it needed mortgages, so the mortgage makers had to sell mortgages to anybody they could find, and they began selling mortgages to people who literally were not able to repay them. The genius or the idea of creating the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was this. We know that there is consumer fraud going on, but the cops are also the same cops as the prudential regulators. And the way you measure bank safety, the simplest measure is by profits. And if those profits are from ripping off consumers, well, you sort of look beyond that. Well, let's take the cops that are dealing with consumer fraud and put them in a different agency so that they are not being measured by bank profitability, but by the level of fraud. So we started an independent Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Okay, we've now gutted it. What are the chances that we are going to have a big problem out of the savings and loan crisis or the 2008 financial crisis?
You've pointed out a really helpful history lesson for all of us in this room. And I would say that, it was the U.S. banking regulators' failure to appropriately oversee specifically the consumer financial marketplace and to protect consumers from predatory mortgages that was one of the central causes of that financial crisis. Just to remind folks in this room, before the creation of the CFPB, the responsibility for enforcing consumer financial laws was kind of scattered across a whole bunch of different regulators. And to your point, what a banking regulator looks for is, without any focus on consumer protection, is different than an agency that is specifically looking at consumer protection. So I think what we're seeing now is we are seeing a lot of risky behavior, some of the same things before this lack of regulation on incredibly risky products, no oversight, no enforcement, and it could potentially lead to what we saw in 2008. And add to this recipe this new quote-unquote regulation of cryptocurrencies, right? These are products that, who knows how safe they really are. I think some of us here would not think that they're safe at all, and yet we have a Congress that is legitimizing these products, adding a veneer of regulation to it when really there's no protections, and mixing this into the mainstream financial market could wreak some pretty disastrous results.
I will say a difference between now and during the savings and loan crisis is there were at least people who thought it was their job, and now the people whose job it is are being forced to stay home on admin leave. So to be clear, I think we are, number one, destined for and are beginning to experience another crisis. I think everyone who could detect it prevent it, or address it has been forced home. And I think that we're sitting ducks for whichever company has the ear of the people with most power.
Thank you, Chair Naylor.
You can say that all you want.
I'm going to say it all afternoon, just to see the smile on your face. So we have talked a lot in this hearing about all the terrible harms and abuses that consumers are suffering and going to suffer because the Trump administration and Russell vote is attempting to demolish the CFPB. What we haven't talked about is actually how the sector that's being regulated, the financial services companies, are actually going to be harmed by this too. And you might think, no, wait, their regulator's gone. Aren't they delighted? Well, maybe not. Maybe not for a couple of reasons. First of all, we've talked a little bit about affordability and that consumers are hurting and the economy is not doing great, and that's not great for banks and financial services. Second, it's created a lot of instability. All this rewriting of laws and this gutting has caused a lot of uncertainty. And financial services companies actually don't like instability. But more directly and more on point, these companies can be directly affected because the CFPB has a lot of data on these companies. So in a recent report, the Federal Reserve's Office of Inspector General revealed that the CFPB does not have a strategy now to respond to cybersecurity risks and is unable to maintain an effective level of awareness of its security vulnerabilities. And earlier in the year, we know that members of DOJ were given access to sensitive data from both financial institutions and consumers. Should financial companies be worried about data security of the CFPB? And why?
Yeah. Financial companies, not only do we have problems with competitive effects, where it was publicly reported in ProPublica that DOJ staffers were being paid up to $1 million a year as strategic advisors to Elon Musk while having unfettered God-tier access to all of the data in the Bureau, which includes confidential supervisory records, confidential enforcement records, confidential records shared via memorandums of understanding with enforcers from across the country. So Elon Musk's $1 million advisor could see what every single competitor to his Everything app had. Who were the potential customers? What were the potential vulnerabilities? What were they being looked at by regulators? In addition to those competitive effects, the records about individual consumers, the confidential supervisory information historically, for context, the CFPB is younger than Pinterest. We were an open source software agency from the beginning. We had engineers and security experts who were civil servants and were feds. This was an agency that was at its heart very technical. Those people were sent home and replaced by goofballs from 4chan. And those goofballs had the bright idea to consolidate access to information in a way that included deleting the audit logs of how the systems were being accessed, what data was being taken, and how it was being used. If I were the chief technologist or the chief information security officer at any financial institution, I would be beside myself at what was accessed, the fact that we don't know where it is, and that the Federal Reserve Investigator General is just telling us sort of the tip of the iceberg about some of the truly horrific data practices that are now happening inside that building.
I guess a bit of a story to share. So when I was illegally fired and given my, I think the first time, and I was, going to the CFPB headquarters to pick up a lovely and extremely heavy box of all the things that I had left there. Just to illustrate how little care is being exercised in what they're doing, there was literally a hard drive in my box. And I was like, I don't know what this is. I don't know whose it is. I don't want it. I gave it back to them. Hopefully it wasn't anything that important, but like to see the level of complete carelessness and incompetence in what they're doing is frightening. And you know, as the CFPB was being shut down, to Erie's point, X announced that they want to create an online payment processor similar to how WeChat works in China. We would be foolish to not think they are trying to do everything they can with the data they now have access to unfairly put that business model ahead of the others, and also to just consolidate insane amounts of information about people.
So speaking of things like social media platforms and payment systems, we've also talked a lot about data today and big corporations exploiting consumers. One of the biggest corporations with a lot of data about us is Meta. We're talking about the owner of Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, companies that have lulled us into giving up lots of data about ourselves. And we may think we're just posting cute pictures of our dog and DMing our former high school classmates, but Meta collects all that data. And it disclosed recently that CFPB had an inquiry and now has ended it into how it obtains and uses consumer-sensitive financial data for targeted advertising. What does the dropping of this investigation mean for the pocketbooks and privacy of consumers?
While I can neither confirm nor deny the contents of any potential enforcement activity, I did see both the SEC reporting by Meta that it had an open case and then the announcement that it was closed. What I will tell you is the fact that a brick and mortar bank, I think Eagle Bank is across the street here. It's an independent community bank. It's been in DC forever. They have to follow the rules. They have regulators watching them carefully. The giant tech companies that are lurching into consumer finance have set it up so they don't have to follow the same rules. This independent community bank now has to compete with Mark will get legs soon, Zuckerberg, Lord of the Metaverse, who, as we can see from their conduct across the economy, is not particularly scrupulous in how it treats people and how it follows the law. To me, whether it's an individual investigation that is now publicly reported to be closed, whether it's other investigations that we will never know publicly, supervisory activity that would look into the conduct of big tech firms, not only should consumers be concerned, but people who care about the brick and mortar small businesses in their communities should be concerned. Because why do the big guys have a different set of rules and in fact no rules when they're in finance, while others are being not afforded the same benefit? And again, the why is rhetorical because I think we've seen the ballroom.
Thank you. So we talked about data privacy, we talked about data brokers, and a report that I read, I think now it's been a year or two ago, had to do with military service members and their their personal information being bought and sold. I think for as low as 12 cents you could get a service member's data record. But their data is not the only way that service members are particularly vulnerable to abuse, to fraud, to financial predation. And the current CFPB has said in their enforcement and whatever it was, that fake memo that they sent around a while ago that said, we're not going to work on these things, we're going to work on these things, and they included service members and veterans and said, this is one of the things that we're going to focus on, right? We're definitely going to protect service members and veterans. But I will say that this feels like an empty promise when we see what they've actually done in the past 9 months or 8 months. They tried to fire almost everyone in the Office of Service Member Affairs a few short months ago. They stopped supervision for some time of compliance with the Military Lending Act. they gave a repeat offender, First Cash, a payday lender, a sweetheart deal for violating the Military Lending Act. And they told Navy Federal, who had agreed to a settlement, entered into a court order as a result of their illegal overdraft fees, they said, hey, Navy Federal, don't pay it. Just kidding. We're going to enter an order that says you don't have to comply with that order. You can keep your money. Don't bother giving it back to service member families. You can see why I think this is maybe just empty words. So can you all talk about some of the unique financial risks that service members face and why all of these things are so particularly alarming right now?
Thank you. Well, yeah, I think service members need all those extra protections. Military Lending Act is one of them that you mentioned, is because if they're deployed overseas, you know, the last thing that you want a service member worrying about is whether or not their car is going to be repossessed. That's a SICRA protection, for example. You know, a lot of, if you go to some of these big military bases around the country, one of the things that you'll see, my husband is a former service member. One of the things that I saw right before his deployment over to Iraq is where he gets processed, what used to be called Fort Benning, Georgia. There's all these payday lenders right outside of the fort because these financial institutions, they understand, oh, a lot of these folks who are in the service, this might be their first job right out of high school or out of college. They may not be very financially savvy, but we do know that they get a consistent paycheck. And so they will take advantage of that situation. And so that's why it's really important for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to continue watching out for those service members, to not disband the staff who was supposed to be working to protect our service members. I mean, the Trump administration ran on, you know, appealing to its base and saying that we're going to do everything we can. We're going to prioritize the service members. And unfortunately, we've seen how they've really scaled back. They're saying one thing, but they've scaled back on what it truly means to be protecting the service members from this financial predation. Unfortunately, as Aaron said, some of the cases that were filed that would have protected the service members have either resulted in sweetheart deals or have, you know, resulted in settlements. It's unclear really how vigorously they're being pursued. So I would say, yeah, it's really unfortunate. I'm not seeing how the current CFPB is following through to protecting the service members and making sure that the Military Lending Act and some of those other places that you know, they really could be exposed to harms are really being fulfilled.
I would just say that, again, as a country, we decided that certain things were off limits when it comes to veterans or when it comes to service members. And again, a law on the books that's not being enforced, I don't think is what we imagined. So if a service member gets taken advantage of and is trying to clean up their credit, where are they going to go? If a service member is facing foreclosure and reaches out for help, who's going to call them back? It is unconscionable that the many laws in the books today designed to prevent this exact conduct, because not only is it illegal and wrong, it also hurts the readiness of our country. It hurts the safety of our communities, are just being left on the cutting room floor by people who could care less.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thanks to our witnesses. And is our Congresswoman, I think we're going to take a short break. Take a short break. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We did something unprecedented, which is end a congressional hearing a little early. I just asked. That happens in real life. I just asked. We still have some snacks and things to stay put, because at 3 p.m., which is in just 10 minutes, Representative Mary Gay Stanlin will be here to give closing remarks. So again, thank you. Please help yourself to refreshments, and we'll be back at 3.
Thank you so much. That really went very, very well.
Do you want to yeah. Sarah. Okay. He's asking if you want to introduce the Congress since you're here.
Oh, yeah, I can do that. But thank you. everyone could take their seats. Thank you so much. I am very happy to welcome Representative Mary Gay Scanlon from Pennsylvania's very own 5th Congressional District. I know her from her work on the Judiciary Committee in the House, but I am sure she had a long night last night at the Rules Committee, so thank you for making the time to be here. And let me hand the podium to you.
Good afternoon. Yes, we went to 1:38 in the morning, so if I stumble, just smack me or something. Okay, well, thank you to Public Citizen for putting together this event. To put it mildly, we are living in strange times. Each day has a fresh and more aggressive corruption of the rule of law, our constitutional order, and of basic tenets of civility and decency. The Trump administration, using the firepower of the Heritage Foundation and the Federalist Society, and aided and abetted by the conservative majority on the Supreme Court, has led an unprecedented assault against the federal government, separation of powers, and just about every norm and custom that glues together American governance. The administration's transgressions cover every conceivable power and institution of the federal government, brings new meaning to a whole-of-government approach. Congress's powers to appropriate funds and declare war have been neutered. In matters like the TikTok ban, the president claims he has the power to effectively nullify laws that he disagrees with. And invoking the previously fringe concept of unitary executive theory, he has fired inspectors general and key personnel at independent and watchdog agencies across the government. His IEEPA tariffs violate Congress's authority to tax. His rescissions violate Congress's authority to spend. There's a massive military buildup in the Caribbean, combined with what some call extrajudicial killings, but are probably murder, ostensibly to launch an unauthorized military strike on Venezuela. Since coming into office, Trump has offered pardons to people investing in his companies, his political campaigns, and his presidential library, although I'm not sure what books it will stock. And K Street lobbyists are shamelessly advertising that they can secure presidential pardons for clients if the price is right. The corruption runs deep, and nowhere is that more apparent than in the in-your-face, pay-to-play between corporate America and the Trump White House. By and large, corporate America seems to have arrived at the grim and cynical conclusion that it should play along with, profit from, and be complicit in the president's crimes and offenses. While corporations distance themselves from Trump's first campaign, in 2024 we saw large donations by firms who stood to profit from the president's agenda. Specifically, private prison companies were some of the president's biggest and earliest supporters. Those same companies have now received massive no-bid federal contracts for detention facilities used to hold migrants victimized by the president's immigration enforcement policies. Then, once Trump was elected, companies poured a record-setting $245 million into his inaugural fund, which has zero transparency requirements and very little oversight. Those donations seem to have paid off. Thanks to the great work of Public Citizen, we know that after Trump came into office, nearly 60 companies who collectively donated more than $50 million all received preferential treatment in their ongoing criminal and civil enforcement actions. Charges were dropped, cases dismissed, investigations stopped. Overnight, the federal government stopped enforcing the law against corporations and white-collar offenders. And while Trump has abused executive authority to pull back on enforcement, he's also used agency enforcement to punish enemies and reward friends. The FCC, under Brendan Carr, is using its authority to run a racket against broadcasters. Carr has threatened to punish or jawbone Broadcasters who are deemed to be out of line, as we saw when he pressured broadcasters to take Jimmy Kimmel's show off the air. Recently, donations by Inuit, the maker of TurboTax, appear to have borne fruit as the IRS ended the rollout of the popular and free direct file service for taxpayers. In an absurd statement, Treasury Secretary Bessent told reporters last week that the private sector, aka for-profit companies, can do a better job of providing free tax preparation. Remains to be seen. We've seen multiple companies settle frivolous lawsuits by Trump or his campaign or donate to fund the destruction of the East Wing in exchange for preferable treatment from regulators. Trump's DOJ approved the Skydance Paramount merger after Paramount paid a $16 million settlement to Trump. DOJ more recently greenlit Google's $30 billion acquisition of Wiz, following a settlement and an East Wing donation by Google. And earlier this year, lobbyists with close ties to the Trump White House succeeded in getting the DOJ to drop its lawsuit to block Hewlett-Packard's $14 billion merger with Juniper Networks. Some of the worst corruption has been Trump's abuse of his pardon powers. Trump issued an extremely rare pardon against a company, BitMEX. More recently, he pardoned Changpeng Zhao, founder of Binance, after his company made a major investment in Trump's company, World Liberty Financial. Thank you. And the UAE, also using the same playbook, secured access to export-controlled AI chips after making a $2 billion investment in World Liberty Financial. The use and abuse of World Liberty Financial to direct payments to the president in exchange for political favors has been dubbed the worst bribery scandal in American history. All in all, Trump and his family have received $1.8 billion in cash and gifts since his election last year. And Trump has amassed a multi-billion-dollar paper fortune through his ownership stake in World Liberty Financial. In exchange for these gifts, donations, and investments, over 100 corporations escaped accountability. Over 15 convicted white-collar criminals received pardons, and another 5 had their sentences commuted. In total, Trump's pardons have already cost victims and taxpayers $1.3 billion in lost restitution and fines, which has eviscerated the Crime Victims Fund, which funds state and local governments and nonprofits serving survivors of trafficking, domestic abuse, opioid abuse, and gun violence all across the country. Across our economy and this administration, we're seeing JFK's query, "Ask not what your country can do for you," be turned on its head as White House denizens and their corporate partners introduce their new mantra, "What's in it for me?" But with these crimes and transgressions now cataloged, the obvious question next is, what are we going to do about it? Specifically, what can Congress do now, and hopefully with a future Democratic majority? It must be pointed out that many of Trump's misdeeds are only possible because congressional Republicans, and that includes the Senate, control both houses and bend the knee to the president, no matter how grave the offense. Mike Johnson has kept the House in recess for nearly 2 months to block a discharge petition for legislation requiring the release of the Epstein files. Of the things we can do now, first, Democrats need to use every ounce of legislative leverage and popular sentiment to drag concessions from the Trump administration and its largely subservient, if not supine, legislative allies, to limit its abuses and to rein in its illegal actions. Ultimately, as we all saw this week, some of our Senate colleagues failed in that task. But second, we need to meticulously document the pay-to-play schemes. Who is participating? What are they paying? And what are they getting in return? Trump's flood the zone strategy makes this an overwhelming task, but it will be necessary to provide the foundation for future work. and we are grateful to nonprofits and others such as Public Citizen who've already undertaken this work. Third, we need to relentlessly message on this corruption and make sure that the public understands its scope, its extent, and its impact on all of us. Trump's corruption is breaking through, but we need help from the press and those with access to analytics and research tools to expose the full extent of this administration's crookedness. Ultimately, we need to do everything we can to win majorities in 2026 so we can get the gavels needed to counter the Trump White House. With a future House majority, the main focus on day one needs to be oversight, relentless oversight. We need every committee using all their collective resources to pull at every thread. And the main focus of this work likely should be World Liberty Financial, although, that's a few news cycles from now. We'll see what else pops up. But that is currently the center of Trump World's pay-to-play scheme. We're only in the 11th month of Trump's second term. By the time we hopefully have the gavels back, there will be an immense backlog of investigation. But assuming these investigations turn up what we think we'll find, we must be prepared to appropriately sanction the president. Beyond oversight, we need a legislative agenda that both pushes back on the administration while providing a compelling, forward-looking vision for the American people. And while a lot of that agenda will be out of the scope of today's discussion, a big part of the agenda, I think one leg of probably a three-legged stool, has to be reform and addressing corruption. Thankfully, much of the work has been done. We have H.R. 1, the For the People Act, and we have Protecting Our Democracy Act, both large packages of reforms designed in the wake of Trump's first term to address the main institutional failings that he abuses to bend the government to his will. In this vein, I introduced the inaugural Fund Integrity Act to require full disclosure of inaugural fund donations and expenses and to limit corporate and super PAC contributions. These good government reforms are no less necessary now than when they were first introduced and should continue to form the basis for a reform agenda moving forward. However, through both legislation and appropriations, Congress needs to push the federal government to more seriously address corporate and white-collar crime. As the public case builds to focus on affordability and cost of living as core pillars of the Democratic agenda, taking on corporate power also means going after corporate crime. A big part of why so many people are cynical and jaded about the government is that no one was held accountable or went to jail for their role in the financial crisis, and in the past decade, the Department of Justice appears to have all but given up on prosecuting major corporate crimes. In order to build trust in government, in a government that can lower prices and build things again, that can make life better for you, for me, for Americans, we need a government that takes corporate crime seriously and metes out accountability to the corrupt and well-connected. We can't let corporate offenders off the hook with a fine and a promise not to do it again. No more get-out-of-jail-free cards and sweetheart deals. Over the past 2 years, my team and I have been working on a legislative agenda to deliver real reforms to the prosecution, or lack thereof, of corporate crime. We need a comprehensive federal database of criminal and administrative enforcement actions. We need to limit the use of deferred and non-prosecution agreements and prevent their misuse as lenient punishments for major crimes. We need real, meaningful penalties for executives who know that they or their companies are breaking the law. We need to address the revolving door between DOJ and white-collar defense practices that perpetuate the bad incentive structure underlying many of these enforcement problems. Additionally, Congress needs to reevaluate the efficacy of existing civil monetary penalties and provide prosecutors and regulatory agencies with additional tools needed to go after complex corporate cases. We need teeth in our antitrust laws and updates to our 100-year-old laws to meet the needs of the modern economy. The lackluster remedies in the Google search case are a prime example of how the current status quo falls short, even when a novel antitrust case succeeds in court. Underlying all this is a need for campaign finance reform. It's been 15 years since Citizens United, and so many of the problems we're discussing today are a direct result of that anti-democratic and corrosive decision. Finally, we need to think long-term about how to undo the damage to the separation of powers by Trump and the Supreme Court. In many ways, the Trump White House shows that any part of American governance that relies on a norm, custom, or goodwill of the person holding power needs to be cleaned up. Congress needs to reassert not only its Article I responsibilities, but also its legislative supremacy to structure the executive branch and define the separation of powers. These are big tasks, and these are problems without obvious, easy solutions. But we are seeing in real time that the failure to demand and ensure accountability encourages more corruption and more abuse. Until we resolve these structural failings, Trump and his successors will continue to abuse them for their personal gain. So I thank you again for allowing me to come to you today, and I look forward to whatever discussion we may have. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. I just want to leave with a quick note that public knowledge is taking Representative Scanlon's call to heart to put pressure on Congress to rein in our independent agencies and to combat Trump corruption. You'll see, I think, on the screen here and also in the live stream, we have a link to a congressional action asking for oversight of the FCC, FTC, and CFPB. We have one done. Senator Cruz has announced an FCC hearing, but I know we can do better. So please click that link and send messages or call your congresspeople explaining why this is important. Thank you all for joining us, and have a lovely rest of your afternoon.